Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
Gambling with World War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted, because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the core for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
Gambling with World War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the core for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
You're gambling with World War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the core for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the core for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
You're gambling with World War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the core for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
You're gambling with World War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the core for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
You're gambling with World War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe
Strategy and Development of the Applied Policy Research Institute of Armenia. I kindly invite her to take a seat on the floor and we'll commence our discussion. Thank you.
I invite the panelists to join me on the stage, please. Please. Honorable Ministers, Your Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to this high-level panel at the Yerevan Dialogue 2025 on the South Caucasus as a strategic hub, challenges and opportunities for trade and connectivity. My name is Anahit Pilibosyan, and I am the Vice President of Strategy and Development at APRE Armenia, a Yerevan-based independent think tank. Recent developments, including short-term and long-term geoeconomic and geopolitical shifts, are reinforcing the South Caucasus's potential as a bridge and a vital hub linking Europe and Asia. According to the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, the region transported 1 million tons of cargo traffic in 2023, an increase of 65% from 2022, and with a potential for a lot more. But obstacles are preventing it, such as unpredictable journey delays and poor digital and transport infrastructure. This is why we are here today. We have the pleasure of having distinguished speakers to talk about both the promises and the challenges for transit and connectivity in the South Caucasus. Armen Grigorian, Secretary of the Security Council of Armenia, Ambassador Lazar Comenescu, Secretary General, Permanent International Secretariat of the Organization of the Black Sea Economic Cooperation, Dr. Saeed Khadibzadeh, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Head of the Institute for Political and International Studies of Iran, Joshua Kuchera, Senior South Caucasus Analyst at the International Crisis Group, and Eleonora Tafuro-Ambrosetti, Senior Research Fellow at the Russia, Caucasus, and Central Asia Center at the Italian Institute for International Political Studies, ISPI. We will have 2 rounds of questions before opening to Q&A if we have the time. I will start now my questions, starting with Secretary Grigorian. The Crossroads of Peace encapsulates the Armenian government's vision for connectivity in the region. We heard the Prime Minister speak about it, but perhaps you can elaborate a bit more and also explain how it fits in the wider connectivity projects such as the International North-South Transport Corridor and the Middle Corridor.
Thank you, Anaidi, and I would like to join all the welcome words to Yerevan Dialogue, and it's a great honor to be here and to speak to this audience. In reality, the Peace Crossroad is an economic project that has an aim to unblock the region, create interconnectivity in the region, increase interdependency, and strengthen peace and stability in the region. And the government of Armenia came up with this proposal to the regional countries and also to the global community, I mean the other countries, to be engaged in this process, which has a great chance to bring prosperity, first of all prosperity and also stability. We have a strong belief that peace process has many components, and one of the components is economic interrelation between the regional countries, but also, as I mentioned, the project Peace Crossroad gives opportunity to other countries also to be engaged in the process, to gain from the process. For us, it's very much important that the unblocking should happen based on the sovereignty and jurisdiction of the regional countries. And that's very much important also in the context of the peace. We also consider very much important equality while unblocking the region and reciprocity, because that are the major principles that will create opportunities for all, but not for unique ones. And with Peace Crossroad project, we try to create interconnectivity, work with regional countries, create interdependency, and strengthen dialogue. Right now, Armenia is implementing many projects, which is part of Peace Crossroad, North-South Highway, which is a project that's very much important in interconnection, but also develops Armenian infrastructure. The government of Armenia for the last few years also intensively investing in the infrastructures of Armenia, bringing to the level that will have an opportunity, those infrastructure, to be interconnected to regional infrastructures. And we invite regional countries and global community to be engaged in the process and gain from the process and invest in peace of the region. Thank you.
Secretary Comănescu, the organization of the Black Sea Economic Cooperation is a unique entity bringing together countries of the wider Black Sea region, including Armenia and Turkey, which do not have diplomatic representation otherwise. As our region, the South Caucasus, navigates the turmoil of geopolitics and geoeconomics, how do you see the role of the Black Sea Economic Cooperation in facilitating transit routes within the South Caucasus?
Thank you very much. And but before trying to answer to your justified and well-placed question, allow me a couple of remarks of a rather more general nature, but which on issues which, in my opinion, have a lot to do with the relevance of the Black Sea area and the South Caucasus. My second remark is that, but before that, also allow me to say that I'm particularly glad to be back in Yerevan at this second edition of the Yerevan Dialogue. I had the honor to be in the previous one as well. And I have to say that though this forum is a young one, looking at the level of participants, the panelists, speakers, and the topics chosen for the debate, it clearly shows that the Yerevan Dialogue has already won a top place among events of this kind. And for that, I would like to congratulate our hosts, the Armenian government, for organizing this dialogue. So the two remarks, general remarks, which I wanted to make are the following. I think that you'll agree with me that in the last years, we've been witnessing a lot of debate about deglobalization, decoupling, de-risking, how to diminish dependencies, how to build resilience based upon less dependency. Well, in my opinion, this is something which goes counter to the real developments, into global developments, because we wanted to know globalization will continue. And it's important to be aware of the fact that this globalization is taking place, is continuing under a new paradigm, especially the one generated by the digitalization revolution. When talking about, so interdependencies will continue, and I would even say will grow. And this is why, in my opinion, I will repeat something which I have already said last year. Rather than speaking about how to build resilience individually, perhaps it's much more important to look into how to build resilient interdependencies. And that brings us to connectivity, which is the key for that. And you may agree with me that looking at the map of the world, this region, the Black Sea wide region and the Caucasus are key in the development of any serious connectivities which are taking into account the global trends in the economic world. And by the way, and this is the second remark of mine, when we look into the map of the world, we see where the engines of growth are. And that brings us to the awareness about the importance of enhanced connectivity between Europe and Asia. And again, you cannot imagine developing any alternative or any project or initiative related to connectivity without taking into account the Caucasus, the Black Sea, the wider Black Sea region, and the Caucasus as a whole. So these are the, now trying to come back to your question about what about the organization which I have the honor to represent is doing here. Well, this organization, which was set up 33 years ago, was set up exactly by the founding member states, 11 they were, now we are 13, in order, as a platform for cooperation, for identifying together ways and means to develop economy now in this region, but also to connect with the other regions. And this is what the BSEC has been trying to do. I will not elaborate that much on that, simply to say that during the years, several initiatives aimed at strengthening the connectivity inside the region, but also beyond that, have been taken in the organization. Let me mention, for example, the famous Black Sea Ring Highway, or the motorways of the sea, and very importantly, in the very practical terms, which proves that how important it is to concentrate our activities on the project-oriented type of actions. We've been in the organization setting up the so-called BSEC permit system, which is aimed at facilitating the crossing of the border of trucks of goods. And during the COVID period and after that, this BSEC permit system greatly facilitated crossing the difficulties which will be our region, like others have been confronted with during this period. And I'm glad to say that there are prospects. Now, 9 of the members of the 13 member states of the EU, of the BISEC, are already. I will conclude by saying that in this particular project, Armenia has been very active, and I would like to take this opportunity to give my appreciation for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. Dr. Khatibzadeh, Iran is involved very much in the geoeconomics of our region. Iran offers to establish the Persian Gulf Black Sea corridor connecting South and Southeast Asia with Europe via Iran, Armenia, Georgia, and the Black Sea. There is also the western segment of the international North-South transport corridor running through the South Caucasus and Azerbaijan in particular, with Resht Ashtara being the only missing railway link. And finally, just last month in May, the free trade agreement between Iran and the Eurasian Economic Union entered into force. So how does Iran view the transit potential of the South Caucasus?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for giving me this very opportunity to be here. And also I would like to thank organizers of Yerevan Dialogue 2025 for inviting us and also giving us this very opportunity to be in your very beautiful city in such a pleasant weather. Talking about South Caucasus, we have to take into consideration different issues, including the ones that you said. Everybody knows who are attending here that the map of this region indicate to what extent integration in this region, sub-region, South Caucasus, can help us to have a better connectivity and a strategic connection between countries of this region. For Iran, for many reasons, through the millennia, this region has been very important. Those who are aware of the history of this region, they know that for many millennia, Iran has benefited from 2 main corridors, east-west corridors that later on they labeled it as Silk Road corridor, from eastern border of Iran to the western border of Iran, of course, with 2 sub-roads, that one goes to Baghdad of those days and one goes to Anatolia and also this South Caucasus of those days. And also another one which is now they call it Spice Road. It's a very ancient also north-south corridor of old days, coming from India to Bandar Abbas and through Iran to Central Asia and Russia. So in this very broader map of connectivity in this region, everybody understands that Armenia, Azerbaijan, Georgia, and the whole region of South Caucasus are very vital and important. The initiatives that you mentioned, including the Persian Gulf Black Sea connectivity, and this corridor also is connecting to the 2 main regions through Iran and Armenia to all the way through Black Sea. Maybe later on we can elaborate a little bit on this, but it shows that at the same time, while there are great potentialities and possibilities, at the same time the main question is that why we have not been able yet to materialize all the potentials that we see. This is where that we have to look a little bit on this geostrategic map of the region, and we have to be very careful that up until now there has been geostrategic competition and rivalry in this region that has avoided for the full materialization of the potentials of this region. The history tells us that any extra-regional geopolitical competition in this region is not for the good of the region. So all the countries in the region and in the neighboring area, they have to decide on one very important issue, that extra-regional geopolitical or big power geopolitical competitions, whoever they are, with any intention that they might have, the sacrifice will be the whole region. The second is geopolitical competition inside the region. This morning, Prime Minister of Armenia discussed about the previous routes and time to revive them. I think it indicates to what extent this rivalry inside the region has also avoided this broader cooperation in this region. This is why that Iran has always vocally has said that any geopolitical changes in this region through any initiative is not acceptable. So any connectivity and any connection in this region should ensure that there is no geopolitical changes in the map of the region, being actual corridors or this sort of initiatives that we are hearing. I would like to second what Mr. Grigorian said about the sovereignty and about the importance of anything being in the realm of international law. So I stop here, and probably I can elaborate later on if there are other questions as well.
Let's turn to you, Joshua, now. You have been following the region for some time, and as the South Caucasus grapples with multiple geopolitical and unprecedented developments, and by that I mean the Russia-Ukraine war, the tensions in the Middle East, and shifting dynamics in the Euro-Atlantic relations. So considering all this, how do you see the prospects of the region becoming this coveted transit hub via east, west, and north and south?
Thank you, Anahit, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me. Well, to state the extremely obvious, for the South Caucasus to become a viable transit hub, there needs to be peace. In particular, for the east-west variant of the middle corridor. Without peace, there's not going to be open borders between Armenia and Azerbaijan, between Armenia and Turkey. There's not going to be outside investment in the infrastructure that's going to be required for this region to become a viable transportation hub. But the flip side of that is that the prospect of the Caucasus becoming this hub of transport can help encourage the signature of the peace agreement. This vision of the Caucasus becoming integrated into the bigger world, not just in terms of infrastructure and trade, but in a broader political sense, can be an incentive to put the conflicts of the past behind and work towards a more cooperative future. Another political question that is standing over this is the relationship now between Georgia and the European Union. I'm sure, as you're all aware, the situation is not very good with relations right now. If this continues or continues to get worse, it's going to be more difficult for the EU to work to bring Georgia into this vision. That in turn will make Georgia less attractive for China, for example, to make the investments that it wants to make. And so this uncertainty is increasing the attractiveness of the Turkey, Armenia, Azerbaijan part of this east-west route, but it's putting some questions and making it more difficult to implement the larger project. Beyond politics, there are just some technical reasons that are going to make it difficult for this region to become a regional transport hub. There's bureaucratic hurdles. When you look at the middle corridor between Europe and Asia, you have to go through all of these countries of the Caucasus and Central Asia, crossing many borders that don't have integrated border control, customs, and so on. And this is a big bureaucratic hurdle for this route that has yet to be really addressed. There's a sea crossing. You have to cross the Caspian Sea to use this route. There's one port on this side of the Caspian, that's at Baku, which has relatively limited capacity. And then you have other geographical barriers like mountains in Georgia and the Caucasus in general. The northern route through Russia does not have any of these obstacles. As long as the war in Ukraine has been going on, there's been an incentive for, especially for outside actors, to try to improve the conditions of the middle corridor. But with the prospect of that war ending, and to the extent that Russia is brought back into the world economy, there's going to be much less incentive for outside actors to make the investments into this middle corridor that could make the Caucasus a viable transit hub. And this is only going to increase the necessity for local actors, regional actors, actors inside the region to work on this.
Eleonora, let's talk about the Middle Corridor a bit more. It's one of the most discussed transit projects in recent years. Many speak about its potential to connect China with Europe, but there are also doubts about the viability of this project because of the logistical and legal complications, and the growing rivalry with China may add to the complexity as well. So, from a European perspective, how do you see the prospects of the Middle Corridor?
Thank you, Hannah, and thank you all for being here. I think Joshua already touched on very significant hurdles, but one thing should be clear from the European perspective. Of course, geopolitical necessities and the need to bypass Russia are definitely an incentive to go on with this middle corridor and make it more attractive, but it's also a matter of efficiency. The middle corridor is far shorter than the northern corridor, so I think the number of days that the cargo takes to arrive to Europe is basically half compared to the other route. So there is a lot of hype, and if you look at data, actually, you see that the increase in 2024 of cargo volume was like 60%, over 60% higher compared to the previous year. So of course, the incentives to invest on this route from the European perspectives are many, and from the Caucasus and Central Asian perspective, but also from the Turkish perspective, this is a very worthy project because it increases also the geostrategic position of these regions. But of course, it is essential to manage expectations because of the challenges that we were talking about. It's not just geographical barriers, it's also climate-related threats, and this is valid especially in Central Asia, but I think in the Caucasus, this is an important factor to take into account. The bureaucratic challenges and the hurdles in harmonizing the bureaucracy and the tax system among the states, of course, geopolitical volatility, and also from the European perspective, I think there is a fear that Russia will be able to co-opt this route. Of course, this is more in the general framework of the geopolitical confrontation between Russia and the EU, and of course in the framework of sanctions. Then there is one thing that I think worries Brussels quite a lot, is the very dynamics of the traffic, which is mainly from east to west. So for the European Union, this route is already more expensive than the other available routes. So if trucks then go back from Europe to the east empty, because of course the cargo volume is not as high as it is from east to west, then it adds up to the reasons why the middle corridor is deemed too expensive. And then, of course, the important thing from the European perspective is, again, to manage expectations and to imagine this middle corridor as developing in the future. Of course, the trend is clear. Europe is now committed to developing this middle corridor. It made it clear also in the first EU Central Asia summit just a few weeks ago. But at the same time, it's impossible realistically to think that the middle corridor will at some point substitute the northern corridor or become the main trade route. This is still not feasible in the next, let's say, 5 to 10 years.
Thank you, Eleonora. Secretary Grigorian, you elaborated on the opportunities arising from regional connectivity, and they are compelling, but we also must address the challenges with the ongoing tensions between Armenia and Azerbaijan. The very base to complete mega infrastructure projects such as the Middle Corridor or the International North-South Transport Corridor or the Crossroads of Peace is, of course, geopolitical stability. So what can be done by all parties, and I mean the involved countries, the cooperating countries, investors and others, to address these challenges?
Thank you very much for the question. Just to continue where Madame Eleonora stopped, for example, Peace Crossroad, it's not only about global trade, but it's also about regional trade. I mean, we usually, when we try to discuss it, there's more global concentration. We try to see it from global perspective. That's very much important. But there is another very, very important aspect of that. It's regional trade and regional interdependency and strengthening cooperation in the region. And by the way, if we unleash the opportunity of the region, maybe it will also increase the cost of transportation. I'm sure if there is an economic assessment, then there can be factors or findings that will show that stronger regional cooperation and trade will create more opportunity and may also decrease the price and will create more opportunity. It's obvious that in the regional context, it will create also interdependency, and it's also about inclusion. I would like to mention that this project is about inclusion, not exclusion, and we see everyone participating in this project in the region, but also giving chance to other global actors to be engaged in the project. And Peace Crossroad should be also seen as I mentioned, part of the peace process. I know usually the thinking of peace is like it's an event, but in reality it's not an event, it's a process. If we think from process perspective, it becomes very much obvious that there are events that as in famous song it's said, would be another brick to the wall. I know nowadays sometimes wall has a negative connotation, but I'm very much on positive perspective of the wall. I mean, these events like unblocking, signing the peace agreement would be another bricks to the wall of building peace. And if we think peace as a process, it will become more easy, even in our mind, to resolve existing process and trying to move forward on establishing peace in the region.
Secretary General Comenescu, the Black Sea region has been the theater of geopolitical rivalries and commercial tensions. The efforts to stop the war in Ukraine have intensified, and stakeholders must start thinking about the future possible configurations of connectivity in the Black Sea. So is this something that the Black Sea Economic Cooperation is thinking about? And if so, how does it envision it?
Definitely the answer to your question would be yes. As you referred to the unfortunately still present conflict in our region, I hope that peace would come sooner than late, and I think that efforts should be, strengthened towards reaching this objective at the level of the international community, and that would definitely allow us to resume in full the cooperation in the Black Sea area. Now, coming to the various aspects which were touched upon by my colleagues in the panel, and with the hope, as I said, of the war being ended, I think that there are, and this is where we are trying to work and bring our contribution as an organization. There are some, let's say, priority lines of action, in my opinion, in this respect. First of all, and by referring particularly to the connectivity, I think that first we should look what has so far been achieved and still is not fully achieved, and to build upon that. There are, I mentioned in my previous intervention, several projects, initiatives launched inside the Black Sea area, the Black Sea Economic Organization, and there have been important steps therein. Now, the important thing is now to build upon, and by the way, I would like to say that, there are, my second idea is that it is extremely important in whatever initiative and action by locally, I mean, in the region, but also with the involvement of outside actors. It's important to take into account primarily initiatives coming from inside the region. And here, initiatives like, for example, the Crossroad for Peace, which was referred to by the distinguished Prime Minister of Armenia. This is one of these initiatives which deserve to be paid appropriate attention. Of course, these type of initiatives have to get let's say, through negotiations to be endorsed by all the actors so as to make of it a successful undertaking. Third line of action, which it seems to me to be extremely important, I refer to the fact that besides the countries in the BISEC organization, there are also other actors who are paying attention to this region, and actors, be it international organizations or countries, and there is a need, an extremely important aspect, there is a need of better correlation and coordination when promoting initiatives, like, for example, the Middle Corridor. I was last week in Leipzig for the International Transport Forum, and there one particular important idea has been stressed upon, and this is my fourth remark. All these initiatives aimed at enhancing connectivity have to be developed in a context of mutually reinforcing rather than alternatives or competing each other. That's a very important point which has to be taken into account. My fifth remark, I very much welcome the fact that the European Union has proved increasing attention towards this region, be it the Black Sea area or the Middle Corridor. Here, and I understand if my information is correct, the European Union is now about to come up with the revised or a new strategic approach towards the Black Sea region. And here there is one point which I want to stress, which seems to me to be extremely important for the benefit of the region and also for the benefit of the, let's say, cooperation between the European Union and this part of the world and the organizations therein, primarily the Black Sea Economic Cooperation Organization. There is need of, first of all, taking into account appropriately of the realities on the ground and, developing, let's say, country-tailored approach in accordance with the need of each of the countries inside this region. And second, there is a need of synergies between what the European Union is advancing or proposing and what has been done locally, including by this organization, by the Black Sea Economic Cooperation Organization. And finally, still on this aspect, I hope that this strategy, beyond dealing with the current situation, developments, perhaps containment approaches and so on, there has to be there has to include a forward-looking approach. We have to think about the day after tomorrow, how to act so as to create the prerequisites for, let's say, for further progress in economic prosperity in the region. And last but not least, in any kind of undertakings, endeavors in this respect, it's key to get the business communities, the private sector involved, not just in implementing specific decisions or initiatives, but in initiating them, in shaping such initiatives. Because at the end of the day, whatever initiative, albeit wonderful, you come to resources and to entrepreneurship. And this is why, for me, it's key to have the business community involved in all these type of initiatives. And that's what we are trying to do as in the organization which I have the honor to represent. Thank you very much.
Dr. Khatibzadeh, we first discussed the transit potential of the region as a whole, and I would like to turn to Armenia now. There are a number of elements to take into consideration. Iran opposes the creation of the extraterritorial Zangezur corridor via Armenia, which is a demand of Azerbaijan in the peace negotiations. And at the same time, there is actually the Aras corridor linking Azerbaijan to Nakhichevan via Iran, which is close to completion. And finally, Iranian companies are also involved in the infrastructure projects in southern Armenia. So how do you see, what role do you see for Armenia to foster trade and connectivity?
Let me now be clear that Iran is very much supporting diversification of connectivities and transportation routes and corridors, and we think that more we can have this sort of connectivity, the better for our region, and this is why that Iran 100% supported this peace agreement between Armenia and Azerbaijan, and we do believe that the sooner you can wrap up this peace agreement is the better for not only Armenia and Azerbaijan but also for the region. In the previous round of my talks, I said that the potentials of this region have never been materialized, and many of our initiatives and many of our projects have been the victim of this geopolitical rivalries and tensions. So peace is not just an option; it's a must. It's something that we all have to devote our energy and our resources for that. But nevertheless, it is also very important. I have to highlight it. I have to make it very clear that we do not accept any change in geostrategic landscape of the region. Let's call it Zangezur or anything else. We do support anything that Armenia and Azerbaijan agree among each other based on the international law and under the international norm, sovereignty and jurisdiction of Armenia, but it is very important to mention that nothing should change the landscape, the geostrategic landscape of this region. This is why that I really like the way that the crossroads, this pathway was formalized. I was sharing the same panel with His Excellency Mr. Grigorian, and I asked about this Zangezur, and I by intention raised that question because I wanted to hear from Armenia that no corridor can be actually change the logic of corridor, meaning cutting this connectivity in this region is not something that we can see for the future of our region. We think that we need connectivity, we don't need COT. We need communication, but we don't need rapture. And this is why that it should be inclusive, it should be competitive in terms of the economic logic of that, and this is very important. For Iran, Armenia is very important, and for decades it has been the case. This is why that Iran has always advocating the best relation between Iran and Armenia. There are many reasons for that: geoeconomic, geostrategic, geocultural aspects of our bilateral relations. But also, I have to raise and I have to bring this to your attention, that Iran and Armenia for Iran, is the only country in the Eurasian Trade Union that we have and we do share border with. So Armenia is not just for us 3 million market that we do not look at Armenia as a market, but we think that it is a gateway to 200 million possible potential partners in this trade union. Also Iran can provide and has always provided a pathway to Persian Gulf. You all know that Iran is the only country on earth that's connect Persian Gulf to the Caspian Sea, and Persian Gulf and Caspian Sea all together almost cover 70% of all conventional gas and oil in the world. I mean the conventional energy resources of the world. And this connectivity means that we can provide a very economically wise, a very good route to be provided to all South Caucasus, including Armenia. So I would like to conclude this part with this notion that peace is what we actually need for our region. Iran is ready to use all its capacity to materialize this, and I think that now the logic is out there. Everybody knows that South Caucasus, through these initiatives, through these railroads, through these pathways, can have enough diversification of routes inside and outside. It can provide good potentials, and there is no need for initiatives that are being excluding shared stakeholders in this region. We have to work on these all-inclusive initiatives. Thank you.
All right, we have under 5 minutes left, so I will ask Joshua and Eleonora to respond briefly to the questions, starting with Joshua. Russia and Turkey pushed forward for the 3+3 format of regional cooperation to mean the 3 South Caucasus countries plus Iran, Turkey, and Russia. Some experts speak about the 1+1+1 format, so Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Georgia, as the first step towards creating a more cohesive regional structure. And there was actually a meeting at the Deputy Foreign Ministers level recently that embodied that idea, let's say. So, Joshua, how do you see the potential for more regular trilateral cooperation, and how can it affect connectivity and transit projects?
Yeah, so the South Caucasus today is, I think, one of the least integrated regions there are in the world. I think, you know, in the given amount of space, the number of closed borders here is really astounding. All legacies of the 90s. Not only the borders between Armenia and Turkey, but of course Georgia has these breakaway territories, Abkhazia and South Ossetia. The borders there are effectively closed, and that effectively closes off Georgia's good transportation ties with Russia, on which Armenia depends heavily. Now even Georgia, Azerbaijani border is closed for passengers anyway. So there has been a lot of disintegration on this bounds. Secondly, there's a lot of political, historical, cultural reasons why the countries of this region, the 3 countries of the South Caucasus, don't really think of themselves as part of a region. So there's a lot of obstacles to overcome here. I think you mentioned the 3+3. This is another issue where there's interest from 5 of these 6 parties, but Georgia doesn't want to be part of it because of Russia's involvement. But I think the 3+3 should be seen as at least an indication that there is more interest in a regional approach to these problems. The EU as well, I mean, I think they're maybe not as far along, but there are people in the EU who are advocating for a more regional approach rather than a bilateral approach to the Caucasus. So in this context, I think the meeting of the deputy foreign ministers that you mentioned is interesting. It's encouraging. They said it's a first step, and so let's see where it will lead.
Okay. Eleonora, let's end with the role of the EU in the South Caucasus. The EU has been very much involved recently, especially on security, but there is a lot more that can be done. Does the EU have any role in helping realize the transit potential of the South Caucasus? And under which principles do you think the EU's connectivity policy for the region should be pursued?
Yeah, it does have a role, but connectivity is a great example of the challenge facing the European Union. On the one hand, the EU must adopt this geopolitical thinking and acknowledge the political realities on the ground, so it has to be pragmatic. On the other hand, it has to uphold its principles and keep being this value-driven actor that is also a credible one. So, of course, this is easier said than done, and particularly in the South Caucasus, we've seen already some double standards that were evident in Brussels' foreign policy. In the connectivity domain, this could be done on the political level by the credible commitment of the EU in the peace process. Mr. Gregorian was talking about peace as a process, and I very much agree with it. And sometimes, you know, the EU kind of stepped down a bit from the mediation between Armenia and Azerbaijan, but it can be very much present if the peace agreement is signed in ensuring that the peace agreement is implemented. So I see a role there. I see a role in facilitating the normalization process between Armenia and Turkey. A lot of people say that the EU doesn't have leverage on Turkey anymore to push this normalization thing forward. I don't fully agree with it, but at the same time, the EU must, of course, put this item at the top of its agenda with Turkey. More concretely on connectivity, the EU should focus on anti-corruption projects and ensuring that the connectivity remains also a transparency project with a focus on SMEs. This is also something that the EU could do in concert with the European Bank for Reconstruction and other local partners, but investing on the SMEs and reducing their exposure to corruption is crucial. And lastly, the EU has to commit really to fostering environmental friendly connectivity projects, because as I was saying, climate-related threats are very much a thing in the South Caucasus, and the EU must really invest in climate-friendly projects. Thank you.
Well, that is the end of our panel. Thank you very much, esteemed speakers. It's been a most instructive debate. Please join me in thanking the panelists before we move to the next session.
You're gambling with World War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the core for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
You're gambling with World War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the core for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
gambling with World War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the core for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
You're gambling with World War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the core for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
You're gambling with World War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
To our moderator, Ms. Alita Kizekova, Major Lead for International Relations and lecturer at Curtin University, Australia. Alika, the floor is yours.
Bariol Bolorin, good afternoon everyone. So my name is Alita Kizekova and my affiliation says that I come from Australia where I teach at Curtin University, but I'm also originally from Slovakia and I worked there at the ministry dealing with e-governance, and I work at the Czech Parliament before at the Speaker's office, so I'm quite familiar with member states' interactions with the European Union, but also the challenges of integration and different stages of democracy and democratic governance. So today I have a distinguished panel of speakers who are a mix of local representation, but also European Union, European Parliament, but also member states. So let me introduce Arman Yohoyan, who is the chair and standing committee on European integration at the National Assembly of Armenia. Then Belen Martinez Carbonell, who is the Secretary General of European External Action Service. Rasa Yuknevichiene, who comes from Lithuania but is a member of the European Parliament. Mark Kuls, who is the President of the Congress of Local and Regional Authorities at the Council of Europe. Then we have Marko Štucin, who is the State Secretary for European Affairs and Economic Diplomacy, International Law, and the Protection of Interests from Slovenia. And then Lucian Fatu, who's President at Euro-Atlantic Resilience Center in Romania. So we have 2 rounds of questions. Each speaker will speak for about a minute or 2. And then we'll try to have a Q&A when I also would like to invite our young leaders to pose questions, so please prepare some questions. I'll dive right into the local perspectives on engagement. Obviously, today's topic is about the European neighborhood, a collaboration of countries in the region where European Union tries to engage on a political security level and make sure there is a resilience of democratic institutions and also balancing the security challenges. We've heard from previous panels some considerations to peace talks, but also we have ongoing war in Ukraine, which is one of the countries involved in these processes. And so, in my view, every partner country has their unique take on how the collaboration has evolved so far. So I'll ask our distinguished speaker from the National Assembly whether Mr. Yehoyan can tell us about his perspective on the current partnership, what has been delivered so far, whether he feels the country gains some benefits, or whether he feels there are some challenges that have taken place and need to be looked at.
Thank you very much. If we talk about Eastern Partnership, and generally in that framework, if we talk about bilateral partnership between the EU and Eastern Partnership member states, I should note that Eastern Partnership initially was created as a geopolitical project. What I mean by saying this is that after the big enlargement of the EU, after the 10 new members became an EU member, so there were 6 countries left geographically, physically, in between the EU and Russia. And all of those 6 countries became a member of one project, irrespective of what these countries' desires were, what their internal structure was, democracies, not democratic, what their foreign policy choices were. So all of them were in one basket, and there was, in a way, a uniform approach towards these countries. And back then, it was more or less understandable, because back then there were policies which would fit more or less to all these countries, and the rest could be addressed via bilateral cooperation. But now, as we see the world is changing and our region is changing, and each of our countries has changed the way that it will be very hard to find a uniform approach to all of us. And I would say that the normative power of European Union has reached its limits. So furthermore, if we want to go beyond this, I would suggest to concentrate on bilateral relations, via which we can also influence the reform agenda in each country and in the whole region as such, but what is more important, via bilateral relations, bilateral tools, and what is more important, via not only soft measures, but also hard, solid measures on the ground, be that economic ties, in certain cases, sanctions, why not? And only via these measures we can, in a way, bring back to a certain level of uniformity these 6 countries and our partnership with the EU. Thanks.
Thank you for your remarks. I'm going to direct my next question to Secretary General Martinez Carbonell. We had a suggestion here, obviously, to help with certain measures and actions that could involve sanctions. From your perspective, looking at what is at the EU's disposal, how can the EU, and has been taking maybe some measures on a more targeted way, contribute to reducing the risk of some geopolitical fragmentation and foster peace, stability in this region?
Thanks so much, Halika. Maybe I take it where Arman left it, with the invitation of how the bilateral relations can be further constructed. And I think Armenia is a very good example of a constructive relation between the EU and an important country in this region. And the way we are trying to promote this bilateral agenda, it's by something, we work on the basis of documents, which is how bureaucracies like to set agendas. And we are now finalizing negotiations for what we will call a new partnership agenda with Armenia. And then it will, maybe to make it more tangible and comprehensive to the audience, I will make 3 examples of how this agenda is going to take forward our relations. The first, and this is a topic that both the Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister mentioned this morning, is connectivity, which I think is one of the issues of the day. And we want to see Armenia included in the discussions that we're having in the region on wider connectivity. And this includes the crossroads of peace, Armenian agenda. We have, some of you are familiar, this big program called Global Gateway, where we support mobilize funds for big investments. And the EU has mobilized over 700 million already, with a view to projects like the North-South Corridor, the electricity connection with Georgia. So these are tangible ways where we could connect. And we expect to do even much more in the coming years. The second is by supporting something that it's very close to our heart and what is the EU, which is supporting resilience and reforms. And there we want to commend Armenians for their courageous steps towards the EU. And we have in that regard increased a lot of our bilateral support, including to Karabakh Armenians, for example, or supporting over 6,000 SMEs in the past year. This is something that gets very close to people, help them in the realities of the day, but also something very close to people. We will be launching the dialogue with a view to one day have visa liberalization, so that one day Armenian tourists can travel freely to the EU. And then again, it's something very, very tangible. And third and final point, it's security. We're talking of soft power, but also getting more and more security focus. And there, a more stable Armenia means a more stable region. And as some of you know, 2 years ago, we launched this EU mission in Armenia that has been helping to monitor the Armenia-Azerbaijan border. I think they're playing a superb job. I had the opportunity to visit them yesterday, and this is kind of the things we're trying to do with Armenia, but also through something we call the European Peace Facility. We have been helping to modernize the Armenian armed forces and to wrap it all this into a more joint vision of security. We will soon be having a security and defense consultations in Armenia. All this with a view to support Armenia reform agenda, but also to help them in their efforts to finalization of the normalization process with Azerbaijan that the Prime Minister was mentioned today. The High Representative Kallas couldn't be here today, but she's coming to Armenia before end of June, early July, and I'm sure she will take all this forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this quite structured and informative take. If I turn my attention now to Mark Kuls, and from the Council of Europe's perspective, if you could comment on some of the actions that the Council has been taking to support consolidation of democracy and democratic institutions in Eastern neighborhood.
Thank you. I'm not sure that each participant knows the Council of Europe. The Council of Europe is the oldest European organization, founded in 1984 to defend democracy, rule of law, and human rights. So it's different of the European Union. We work together, but it's two different organizations. Council of Europe's support to Armenia has been steady since 2001. It's when Armenia became a member of the Council of Europe. 4 consecutive Council of Europe's action plans have been adopted since 2012 to bolster Armenian efforts towards democratic reforms in line with Council of Europe standards. That's very important. And to give you two concrete examples at local level, with our Center of Expertise, we have done it in Armenia, but also in Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine. We have been supporting consultative, participatory, and deliberative democracy initiatives to engage citizens in dialogue and co-creation of policy. And another example is our participation to the elaboration of the concept of a new local reform in this country. The concept of new decentralization was adopted by Armenia in 2023, and now there is a draft law on local self-government. I know that this draft law is still in discussion with local authorities, but when it will be adopted, it will be a significant step forward in the path towards enhancing local democracy. And I really believe that local democracy is very important for democracy, because democracy is not only the verticality of the power, it's also the share of power.
Thank you so much. I would like to ask Ms. ΟւΓΙⵖ.Երεւանում about your experiences from European Parliament. Obviously, there is the technical question of how the EU legislative efforts can support these countries. But specifically, when we talk about some security risk and threats, Lithuania has been actually quite outspoken in not just European but global context about some countries such as China or Russia undermining security also of the EU space, Europe. So maybe you have some take from the interactions at the European Parliament.
Yeah, thank you very much. 1-2 minutes and questions about China and all global issues is a little bit difficult, but I will try. I also would like to introduce, as you did very rightly, European Parliament. European Parliament is a very unique institution. And when Armenia joins European Union, you will have members of European Parliament representing your country in European continent. I hope that it will happen in my lifetime. I wish to see this. Around 373 million people are voting. And this is the largest international democratic elections in the world. Now, on the question. Yes, European Union today is facing really new challenges we could not imagine a few years ago. And during last parliamentary elections, security became among the priorities, among the voters. Number one in my country, Lithuania, number two, number three, maybe less in Italy or Spain, but nevertheless, among priorities. And today, security and defense is one of our biggest challenges. This is why we, of course, in the light of situation in Washington, D.C., in NATO itself, of course, the most important challenge is the war in the European continent, and all those actors, they are involved. It's not like some speakers before in the first minutes of this conference mentioned Russia's Ukraine conflict. No, it is not Russia's Ukraine conflict. It's much more. We Europeans, we are on board. We in Lithuania, we feel the same threat as Ukrainians. We Lithuanians, we understand that Ukrainians today are defending us, European continent, and European Union understands this. That's why we are trying now to change, to go forward with our institution like European Union, and to start to build up our defense union, of course in cooperation with NATO, of course not duplicating, of course we would like to have the United States on board, but we understand the situation will be different. So now on enlargement also is one of the priorities, and this time enlargement process is very much about security. It's not only about economy, it's not only about welfare, of course it's about spreading of democracy, because it's our interest, deepest interest in European Union member states to have this continent composed with democratic nations. Because democracies, I don't know any example when democracies are launching a war against each other. Usually autocracies, dictatorships are attacking or each other or mostly against democracies, like we have now. So enlargement became most of important challenges. And following what my colleague from Armenian parliament just mentioned, I would like to underline importance of 2022, when this large-scale war was launched. European Union immediately changed understanding on Eastern Partnership countries. You know that Ukraine became a candidate country, also Moldova, Georgia, unfortunately, my beloved Georgians, I congratulate all Georgians, they are here with their Independence Day of today, but unfortunately the developments are not in progress on EU, softly saying, but what I wanted to say, that it changed a lot 2022, and many politicians, many capitals understood that this naive approach towards Kremlin, which existed until 22, when many expected that engagement policy with Kremlin will be helpful for both sides, it failed. And today it's very understandable that those gray zones left in between dictatorship and democracies, it also was one of the reasons why Putin launched this war, thinking that democracies are weak and he will grab countries next to them. So Armenian, just one final message for this part. Armenia for me is very close to me as Lithuanian, because we are a small nation, because we became real Lithuania when we joined NATO and EU, despite our very sad history in the past. So those changes we hear from this capital, I think, is encouraging, and Armenia is becoming like one of the leaders of democratic processes in this region. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, and I'm sure our Armenian colleagues appreciate this support. Although we speak about security overtaking now the agenda, the theme of this obviously dialogue is also navigating the unknown, which relates also to economic sphere. If we like it or not, we see different interventions from the United States as well. And I would ask now my colleague on the right, State Secretary from Slovenia, Marko Štucin, perhaps to comment on some of the economic opportunities in light of this unknown for the region, for the countries of Eastern neighborhood, but maybe also opportunities for Slovenia specifically in consideration with what's taking place.
Thank you very much. Now, when it comes to the Eastern Partnership, we heard before it was established in 2009. That was a year after the wars in Abkhazia and South Ossetia, if you probably remember. And I remember it very well because as a young diplomat in 2008, one of my first jobs was to task the strategy for Eastern Partnership. Slovenia was presiding the European Union in 2008, so we didn't have External Action Service at that time, so it was on the member states to put forward the proposals that were then negotiated in Brussels, and I put a small piece of my ideas into this. Reflecting now from today's perspective, the idea was to basically establish the political and economic mechanisms for cooperation with these countries, and I'm specifically not mentioning security because security, in our view, comes afterwards. So if you know how European Union was established, so on the basis of economic cooperation, then political cooperation, then comes peace, stability, security. So we wanted to copy this also for this region. Now it's clear today the Eastern Partnership needs to be upgraded. Out of 6 countries, of course, Ukraine is in the war. Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia, they're candidate countries. We have Armenia with European aspirations, Azerbaijan, and then Belarus, who is actually, in partnership with Russian Federation in war in Ukraine. So there are many factors that change completely the perspective of the Eastern Partnership that was established. But if you ask, and I'll answer concretely, so what is the economic, what are the economic possibilities? Well, the main one is to connect those countries with the second biggest economy in the world, being European Union. That's the main one. So you need a form of cooperation in order to do so. And I'll not go into details because there are many specific areas, but being able to have better access to the second biggest economic bloc is something huge. The second very important thing is connectivity, was already mentioned. Armenia, for example, is actually in the middle of the way from China to Europe, so we have a central corridor that can go through, and this is something that can bring extremely big value for this country, I personally believe. And when you ask where the Slovenian position is, economically, we would be, if you go from China to, if the goods would go from China to Europe, we would be at the end of this path. So we have a big port of Koper, that would be the end of this central corridor road, and it's in our strong national interest, also not only European, but speaking as European, it's for sure goes hand in hand, but it's in our big interest to really enable Armenia, but also the whole region, to cooperate better, to work better together, to enable better economic cooperation, and then actually better work with the European Union as such. With this, it comes also safety and security. That's our firm belief.
Thank you very much. One of the areas I think that is universal and unchanged is our necessity to build resilience in the sphere of cyber and in terms of hybrid security. I would like to ask His Excellency Lucian Fatu, who represents the Euro-Atlantic Resilience Center, whether he has any remarks that would relate to Eastern neighborhood countries, how they can adapt to these potential threats coming in this sphere, and perhaps build longer-term resilience.
Thank you very much. It's my honor and pleasure to attend this forum, and I congratulate the organizers for establishing already a place for strategic thinking and providing solid policy options. I represent a center, an institution that is a little bit younger than the Council of Europe. We were founded in 2021. At the same time, we come on a need, following a need that the Romanian government identified in addressing the issue of resilience from a conceptual point of view. So our center deals with resilience from a conceptual point of view, deals with studies, analysis, training, exercises, and dialogue with partners on resilience-related issues. In our dialogue with partners, we do not preach, we do not teach, we listen to the needs of the partners we engage with, and at the same time we learn from the countries who are experiencing resilience in direct way, and I could even say in hard way. I would like to quote now the 2024 Flash Eurobarometer, who identified two as the most potential threats to democracy. One is the citizens' lack of confidence and skepticism towards democratic institutions, and the second is online and offline dissemination of false and or misleading information. At the same time, 82% of Europeans agree that distorted or outright fake information are a clear and present threat to democracy. The Secretary General of the European External Action Service definitely can speak more documented way about this. But starting from these perspectives, our center looks at the hybrid threats from a multidisciplinary perspective. We look not only at information, disinformation, and need to develop critical thinking at a very early age, but also at hybrid threats to critical infrastructure and to democratic functioning of a state. From this perspective, we developed a number of programs within the Euro-Atlantic family, but also with the neighboring countries of the European Union, specifically Moldova and Ukraine. A number of programs are developed. I have a 2-hour presentation here, which I decided to skip. And the reason I'm here with my colleagues is that we want to explore the possibilities of engaging with Armenia on specific topics related to resilience, including in preventing hybrid threats, where the center can provide the expertise of our colleagues and other institutions involved in Romania, and also learn and improve our database with threats that you encounter. And again, this is something that we attach a great importance also at the EU level. In 2020, the European Democracy Action Plan was adopted. The Defense for Democracy package in 2023, and the regulation on political advertising transparency in 2024. So these are some programs and some legislation and some concrete activities that the EU is trying to codify specific actions in support of preventing hybrid threats to our civic and material infrastructure, to safeguarding democracy from the threats of interference.
Thank you so much. I feel very bad because I gave the first speaker so much pressure to speak within a minute or two, that he was really rushing through the remarks. So I really want to end on good terms in the country that I'm visiting. And I would like to ask Mr. Yerevan whether first he has actually some responses to what he's heard from the speakers before I can ask any other questions. I think it would be nice to give him a chance to react.
I have a reflection upon one of the questions that you posed about the development of democratic institutions and security threats. So it sounded to me as if we should make a trade-off between them, as if democracy and security are mutually exclusive. I felt that there is such a context in your question, but I believe that it's quite the opposite. Democracy is a security. Maybe it's not visible in the short run, but for the statehood, for the institutional development, democracy is the security. Democracy brings security, and the example of Armenia is there in terms of institutional development. If we didn't have democracy 3, 4, 5 years ago, after the war, our statehood would be damaged. If we couldn't work through democratic institutions, if it was upon 1%, 2%, 3% to decide what we can do, we would be in very difficult situation. It is the understanding by each citizen that future is dependent on him. He is a decision maker, makes society more resilient towards the foreign negative influence, because then the foreign forces, those who try to undermine your institution, should work with each and every citizen. And this is where we come to the remark by the colleague about the second most popular threat, so dissemination of disinformation via media outlets, etc., etc. This is where certain forces should, and this is why they do this, because in democratic societies they should work with each and every citizen, not only just one person who is in charge. And here I think that we have a great success, and we're going to develop this success.
Thank you so much. It seems like you're reading my mind as well, because my question was related a bit to voters. As somebody who experienced the interactions with EU since 90s and then became a member state through a very heavy enlargement process, I always get frustrated when I go to Brussels or in my country of origin, because the people that are often forgotten are the voters, sometimes the common people and the young people. We often have dialogue how to make this happen, that, let's say, institutions in Brussels connect with the public, but it actually lies in the hands of the national governments. So it's good to hear you understand this importance. How do you feel in maybe your future elections that are coming up? What challenges you will have to overcome to get the trust and support from all of these groups that you mentioned to overcome all these security and perhaps also economic issues?
Yeah, we face nearly the same challenges as all the other democracies around the world. We have seen the result of recent elections in number of European states. And we also have seen the malign foreign interferences to these elections. And in Armenia as well, we already see some signs of this kind of interference. We already see that. And we expect, we anticipate that it is going to grow by time when the day of election comes closer. And what we do with this, we talk to our people. Today in the morning, the Prime Minister was addressing these issues for about half an hour, and he's doing this nearly every day. And we in the Parliament are doing the same, trying to explain the aims of the policies that we're implementing, the reason that we're trying to do this, the possible outcomes. And of course, in the short run, we're also talking about this misinformation, disinformation campaigns, very often consisting of deep fakes, which is, I should admit, is quite challenging. But we try to do this. We try to explain to our people to not to believe just to everything that they see, especially in social networks. We try to explain that even videos, even photos, even voices can be faked. So, and I think that we have, though very modest, but we have some success there, and I do not see it any other way. I cannot imagine limitations in our media. I cannot imagine that. This year, according to the report of the Reporters Without Borders organization, independent organization, Armenia is on the 34th place worldwide by its media freedom. It's unprecedented. We have never been on that high line in this ranking. We are, I would say, somewhere in between in some EU member states and some others, somewhere in between. And it's I think it's a good news and it's an achievement. And we should protect this freedom rather than limit it.
Thank you. You actually have a very good score for internet freedom. I was looking at it, it's 70 out of 100 points. That's even higher. Let's even boost this. And like you said, it's a country in transition, so it's in a good path to get that boost and support. But I'm going to ask now, which is quite relevant to this conversation, Mark Coles, if you don't mind, from the perspective of Council of Europe, how do you, seeing these efforts of Armenia to strengthen their democratic institutions, how do you assess the progress of a country, in this area of democratic transition from your perspective? What it is that you're looking at and what it is that they have to pay attention to more?
First, I also believe that democracy brings security. In an age of uncertainty, the best way to ensure stability and security is not to retreat from democratic principles, but to anchor them more firmly, locally, nationally, and internationally. And it's the case of Armenia. A lot of reforms have been done in this country the last years, and it's really appreciated by the Council of Europe. The president of the parliamentary of the Council of Europe was here a few weeks or a few months ago. I believe that in a few weeks the General Secretary of the Council of Europe will also come here in Armenia. I talked a few minutes ago over the reform on local democracy. That's very important. To give an example, Armenia became member of the Council of Europe in 2001, but ratified very fast, very rapidly in 2002 the European Charter on Local Self-Government. And regularly we have a delegation of the Congress who come in each European countries to follow the application of the Charter. The late time was in 2019, and we will do a new monitoring next year. But what we see at local level, it's a very positive evaluation on participation, on good dialogue between local authorities and government on an example. And it's not easy, the geographical situation of Armenia, and in this context, I think it does a lot of things. And I also agree over the problem of the foreign influence. At its March 2025 session, the Congress addressed the issue of foreign interference in local and regional elections, calling on local, regional and national authorities to adopt a comprehensive and multi-layered strategy to address this growing threat. That's also something that Georgia must be cautioned, as the problem on each European countries and over the world of the fake news. Well, there is still a work to do, but a work that must do in each European countries. But I really think that Armenia is a good way in its democratic reforms.
Thank you. That's so important to hear. We heard in the first part about over 500 applications from young leaders to participate in a program here. So I would like to dedicate a little time to give these young people a chance to ask questions. If there is any with ready questions, if you could please give them a microphone and introduce yourselves, and don't make this a statement, please just ask a question or two. Is there any young leader here? We have a microphone ready. Let's try to ask 2 or 3 questions, and specifically if you have a speaker that would like to answer.
Okay, thank you.
You need to stand up, please.
Okay. I want to thank the speakers for the insightful words. So my question is very simple. I want to know, how might the peace agreement announced by the Prime Minister and the potential stability it brings impact on future relations between the EU and Armenia? Could Armenia evolve from a mere neighbor to a potential candidate? And hopefully maybe Mr. Arman Yegoyan can say a few words, and Mrs. Belen Martinez-Carbonell. Thank you.
Let's see if we have another question or two.
Yes, also thank you very much to all the speakers. I think it's a fascinating panel. I was thinking about foreign information manipulation when resilience was brought up, and I was thinking about the case of Moldova, where we have seen the EU offer its expertise in foreign information manipulation in the local context of the Moldovan presidential elections, and now in the upcoming parliamentary elections as well. And I was wondering, especially to Ms. Carbonell, but also to Mr. Yegoyan, to what extent is this a model that could be used and would be welcomed maybe in Armenia as well, or throughout the Eastern Partnership?
And maybe one final, unless...
My name is Dina Munir. I'm from Egypt. I'm associate professor at the American University in Cairo. Thank you for the interesting presentation. And I have a question regarding the EU foreign policy. In your perspective, how far the EU foreign policy strikes a balance between adopting bilateral cooperation agreements and adopting cohesive and consistent regional policy frameworks? It's heavily criticized that the EU, when deploying such a kind of collaborative agreements, particularly with countries that lack democratic values and sustainable governance systems, this leads to further consolidating the autocratic regimes. So how far the EU foreign policy strikes a balance between bilateral agreements and also consolidating the values of democracy and sustainable governance in its eastern and southern neighborhood countries? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for these questions. I'll start with Secretary General Carbonell, if you don't mind.
No, I don't mind at all. They are very very smart questions. The first on the Armenian aspirations. We are very honored for the Armenian people interested in joining the EU, and we've seen this adoption of the EU bill, which is an important step to the extent that it translates a political agenda of this country and an expression of interest. But the EU accession process is a very long and rigorous process, which starts with a formal application, and then it has a number of phases, and at every single step, the country is judged on a merit-based. So, accession requires then the unanimous support of all EU member states. Some of them are here in the room, but I'm just to say that we're very honored, and we hear the call of and the will of the Armenian people. But the accession is a very, very long road ahead. That of course, in the meantime, there are many ways to bring Armenia closer to the EU through promotion of reforms. But that's what I would say on that. Then, if I may, there was another question regarding the support we're giving to Moldova ahead of elections and whether this is something that we could replicate in other countries. And yes, of course, and this is subject of the conversations we're having at the moment with Armenia. And I think if that was the wish of the authorities, we could, of course, also support them ahead of the elections. And then I feel I'm a bit monopolizing, but if you want, I'm happy to draw on the third question.
I think you should just answer the third and then we'll move on. Yeah,
Okay, good.
thank you.
On the third question from the youth representative from Egypt, I think that everything is complementary, and the fact that we continue and engage with countries where the democratic and rule of law and human rights standards might not be at the same level as we would wish is only a way to promote and further, and engaging with those authorities in a positive or constructive road can only help all of us to promote precisely those standards, rather than these engagement would only have a more negative effect. So maybe that's the short answer to it.
Thank you. If I can ask Mr. Yerevanian to respond to these questions.
With pleasure. I will start with the third question, and I should disagree with my colleague, Ms. Secretary General. I completely agree with our colleague from Egypt that without conditionalities, which are strictly observed, these kind of agreements, they enforce the dictatorships. They enforce them, actually, and we have seen this, including in the framework of its Eastern Partnership. And I think that, as I said in my previous remark, that European Union normative power has reached its limitations. I do not believe that it's possible anymore to impose any kind of normative changes via normative rules, via example, via explaining, via convincing. I do not believe this anymore because I know very well some of those countries that EU tries to change, and I believe that changes in those kind of countries come through specific tools, through tools that work in that kind of countries, which are mostly economic tools, some very strictly observed conditionalities, and so on. And I hope that the EU will do this. As for the agreement between Armenia and Azerbaijan as a prerequisite or as positive steps towards the EU-Armenia relations or the candidacy, again, as I said, it would be very dangerous to link these two issues, because then it will appear that not only changes do not happen in certain countries, but also that they acquire leverages on bilateral relations of EU with a third country. I wouldn't link these two issues. EU-Armenia relations should develop as they develop. Of course, if there is a peace treaty, it will contribute to the development, but we shouldn't put it as a conditionality, because it will mean to give a leverage to Azerbaijan to leverage on EU-Armenia relations or EU third country relations, which is unacceptable. As for the disinformation campaign, since it's quite a new phenomenon, honestly, I do not have ready-made recipes for this. My recipe for fighting against disinformation is to give information. This is the only recipe that I have so far. If there are more sophisticated tools that are used in the EU or are under elaboration, we would happily adopt these tools here. Thanks.
Although we're running out of time, I was told yesterday we can steal a few minutes, but that means quick responses. So I have Mr. Coles and then followed by Ms. ΟւΓΙⵖ.Երεւանը.
Yes, thank you. I have observed local elections in Moldova, and I was rapporteur for local democracy from 2018-2023. And I see really the foreign influence, or the tentative of foreign influence. They finance Russian, some candidates in Moldova, must be clear. But the foreign influence is not only in East European countries, it's sometimes also in Western European countries. And that's a reality we must fight against, and we must be cautious in each country and also in this country.
Thank you, Ms. Yuknevichiene.
On the first, as I understood, if I was correctly understood about Pashinyan's initiatives and EU-Armenia relations in the future, so of course we, especially in European Parliament, I can speak on behalf of European Parliament, because several times we adopted several resolutions, one of them 24 March, where it was very clear message to Armenian people that European Parliament welcomes the fact that Armenia has strongly emphasized its desire to enhance and prioritize relations with the European Union. It's very important. And you know, on reforms, from my own experience, my country's experience, it's not because EU wants reforms. Reforms are not for EU. Some people say bureaucrats or Brussels. No, not at all. Reforms, it's for your people. You need reforms because to reform the country and for better lives, for better democratic environment. My country enjoys this very much. Today, we are leading among all countries, new so-called newcomers, except Slovenia and Czech Republic. We overcome all other on GDP, and even countries like Greece, Portugal, and other countries on growth of GDP. And more than 80% of people enjoying this in Lithuania. And not because that EU did something, we did that together with EU. Moldova, just one sentence, yes, I agree with my colleagues, also visited a month ago this country and several times, but you know, we have to learn a lot from each other. Moldova became like a laboratory, I would say, for Russia. They are using all possible instruments and tools to change the direction of this country. And not only countries next to EU, Romania, my country, all countries, we have the same challenges. Why it's important to look to each other? Then we know the instruments Kremlin is using, and we can recognize them and fight better. So my final message is good luck, Armenia, and we are together with you.
Thank you. I just need to be fair on the last two speakers because they haven't had a chance to respond, but within a minute, if I can just finally ask Mr. Stutzin and Mr. Fatou if they want to make their final remarks.
Gladly, yeah, I'll try to be really fast. I'll respond to the question about the European foreign policy. Never be too idealistic about the foreign policy of anybody. That's my advice, including European foreign policy. It's always about the interests, but there is a difference between short-term interests or long-term interests. In our interest, in the interest of European Union, is to build a neighborhood that will be safe and stable and will also prosper. So basically we want to export what we learned from our experiences, from our integration. We also want to actually not really export, that's not a good word, but promote this in our neighborhood. So this is why European Union foreign policy may not be ideal, but it's, believe me, it does have this idea of that democracy brings stability, brings security, and that it works.
A big pressure on His Excellency Fatou to finalize with big, bold statements.
Thank you. A couple of points. One, about our activities in dialogue with the Republic of Moldova. We have a number of programs on request, by suggestion by the Moldovan authorities, central government or local authorities, and we worked a lot on building resilience, critical thinking, and education at the earliest stages in terms of selecting information and understanding the difference between hybrid and genuine information. But this is an issue that has to go further into the social media spheres, where a lot of people live in the bubble, and news circulated in that bubble more or less tend to recycle the same ideas. And the second, it's maybe a little bit more of a general discussion about Moldova, applies to Romania as well, maybe to other countries. Pressures on democracy, pressure on democratic elections come not only in black and white, do you look east or do you look west, but there is an additional trend that goes throughout Europe, and there is a certain dissatisfaction against the so-called system, the establishment. So governments need to look at a better communication so that the genuine, the legitimate expectation of citizens for better governance, for better public policies, is not distorted and is not sidetracked to a binary option between East and West. And this is an issue that goes beyond the technical ability of the center I'm representing, but I'm speaking as a voter and as a European taxpayer. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, fellow participants and speakers, Shnora Galutsiun Polorin, thank you everybody, but also to the organizers, Observer Research Foundation, Samir Saran, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs from Armenia. I couldn't finalize it better than our fellow speakers in terms of turning the focus back to member states and governments and local people to reassure themselves what they really want out of this engagement and put the work in practice in terms of making their institutions more resilient and stable. So thank you, and I believe we have lunch coming up, so that's the positive also of this panel, that we no longer stand between you and lunch.
gambling with World War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted, because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the core for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
You're gambling with World War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted, because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the core for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
You're gambling with World War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the core for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
You're gambling with World War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the core for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
You're gambling with World War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the core for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
Perfect. One.
All right. Distinguished parliamentarians, dear guests, good afternoon. I'm Ripsime Grigoryan, Member of Parliament, member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, and I'm happy and delighted to host our today's roundtable discussion. And I very much hope that you have enjoyed the event since the morning, the opening session, the opening addresses by the Foreign Minister, by the Prime Minister, and then several of the panels. And today we're going to discuss in this roundtable format the Crossroads of Peace initiative project by the government of Armenia. And the title of our roundtable discussion is Crossroads of Peace through democracy to security to prosperity. And as the title says, we're going to actually explore the possibilities, pathways for enhanced connectivity from the South Caucasus region and surrounding regions to beyond. From the South Caucasus to the Caspian region, further to the Central Asia, but also to the Mediterranean region and to Europe, and from north to south and the other way around to the Persian or Arabic Gulf. So before I pass the floor to my colleague, Sarkis Khandanyan, chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, who is going to deliver the key address, just a few technical briefing. So we're going to have the key address, and afterwards, a few of our colleagues have already expressed interest in taking the floor as speakers. So everybody will be having the chance to take the floor and have intervention during the first round. Everyone, regardless of any previous and prior notification, I will give the floor to everyone who raises their hands. If we have time afterwards, I will be having questions to you, and at the same time, we can take questions also from the audience, and the parliamentarians can also address questions to each other. And then Mr. Khandanyan is going to have a closing remark, and I will be closing our discussion. We have about an hour and 10 minutes, approximately, because we need to leave the hall before 4. So I wish everyone a very productive and fruitful exchange of ideas. And with no further delay, I pass the floor to Mr. Khandanyan. Please, Mr. Khandanyan.
Thank you, Ripsime. Distinguished colleagues, members of parliament, dear friends, first of all, I would like to thank you all for accepting our invitation and for your presence in Yerevan and at this discussion. It is a privilege to speak before you today at this important gathering, where we come together not only to reflect, but also to take responsibility as decision makers, as representatives of our peoples. I want to begin by thanking the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Armenia for its initiative to co-organize this side event with the National Assembly of Armenia under the auspices of the Yerevan Dialogue Forum. This event reflects our shared commitment to fostering dialogue, trust, and practical solutions in a rapidly changing world. We are here under a hopeful title, Crossroads of Peace, through democracy to prosperity and security. In front of you on the table is a map, not just of infrastructure, but of vision. It is the map of the Crossroads of Peace project, an initiative by the government of Armenia to reimagine the South Caucasus not as a permanent theater of conflict, but as a crossroad of cooperation. For Armenia, this is more than just a theme. It is a vision, a strategy, and a commitment. Our government has launched the Crossroads of Peace project as a practical, peaceful, and future-oriented initiative. And today, earlier in the morning, you had the opportunity to hear from the Prime Minister Pashinyan about this project. The idea is simple, but transformative, to open and rebuild all regional transport and economic links connecting east to west and south to north, linking Central Asia to Europe and the Gulf and Middle East to the Black Sea and beyond, with the vision to become a hub of secure, transparent, and rule-based connectivity. Crossroads of Peace is not just a theory, it's a concrete, realistic plan to reopen and build new roads, railways, pipelines, energy corridors, and communications infrastructure across our region. It is based on 4 guiding principles: sovereignty, jurisdiction, reciprocity, and equality of all participants. There are the principles that can make regional connectivity not just possible, but sustainable. I emphasize the importance of these principles because we face challenges where certain actors seek to impose extraterritorial control or coercive conditions on connectivity projects, particularly targeting Armenia. Such approaches not only undermine peace, they defeat the very purpose of cooperation. We believe that sovereign connectivity is peaceful connectivity. Dear friends, geography is not a destiny. For years, our region has been described as unstable, too divided to cooperate, too fragile to grow. We were told that our borders are risks, not opportunities, but we do not accept this narrative. We believe that our location at the intersection of civilizations, markets, and cultures is not a burden, but a strategic asset. And yes, as a Christian nation at the eastern edge of Europe, Armenia has often been seen as a guardian of democratic values and traditions. That identity is important. But we are not only a gate. We are seeking to build a crossroad, a space where values meet interests, where dialogue meets trade, where trust can take root through practical cooperation. And this ambition is not only for Armenia, it is for the entire region. The Crossroads of Peace initiative is designed to be fully compatible with the European Union's Global Gateway and the Middle Corridor. It supports diversification of routes, resilience of supply chains, and building of regional value chains that serve our economies and our societies. The more connected we are, the more secure we all become. Peace is not just the absence of war, it is presence of interaction, of people-to-people contact, of business cooperation. Roads, railways, pipelines, and cables are not just infrastructure, they are the veins of peaceful coexistence. Every successful trade deal, every cultural exchange, every passenger or container that crosses a reopened route strengthens and enhances stability. Let us be honest, the current global context demands this kind of thinking. We live in a time of renewed fragmentation, where great power competition, wars, and economic disruptions challenge everything we have built. But in that environment, regions like ours, if we choose peace and cooperation, can offer something the world badly needs: new links, new trust, and new hope. This is where our role as parliamentarians is crucial. Peace is not made in closed rooms or distant capitals. It is built by those who are directly accountable to people. We as elected representatives carry the trust of our citizens. That gives us not only legitimacy, but also the duty to shape policies that serve their real needs: security, prosperity, and stability. I believe and hope that international organizations, global partners, and democratic institutions must support these efforts with sustainable engagement, with investment, and with encouragement for regional projects that are rooted in ownership, dialogue, and shared interest. And let me close with this. Crossroads of Peace is not just a transport map. It is the belief that even in a troubled region, peace is possible if we invest in it together with cooperation and with the political courage to choose connection over division. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarkis, for setting the context and basically sharing our vision of the Crossroads of Peace as a possibility of connectivity over division. And I want to provide the floor to Mr. Pavel Fischer, Chair of the Foreign Affairs, Defense and Security Committee of Czechia. Please, Mr. Fischer, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, this is my pleasure to be here. I'm chairing the committee of the Senate of the Czech Republic, and I'm in charge of security, defense, and foreign relations. And I think that this nexus that you highlighted between security and prosperity is a nexus which is of utmost importance, and we should pay special attention to. because without security there is no prosperity, and our citizens and our constituencies expect that we pay attention to this. As you know, as Member of Parliament, we are invited to hold into account our governments, to read, to challenge them, to observe them. But if you are in charge of foreign relations, you have to travel, you have to engage, you have to leave your office, you have to listen to others and meet people. And I have to say that this morning session opened by the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Armenia and followed by Prime Minister Pashinyan's vision of crossroads of peace was something very inspiring to me. Each time, if we look at the map of the globe, we have to replace our mind in the region that we would like to understand better the challenges and interests. And I think that today's session was a very nice immersion in the reality of today, of Armenia and of your region, that can become a real crossroad of peace and of cooperation, of security and also of prosperity. And we are ready to help you, to accompany you, and we are eager to know more about your plans and maybe challenges where we could help to meet. Thank you very much for inviting me, and I am happy that I am in Yerevan today.
Thank you, Mr. Fischer. And very well said about linking the security to prosperity. Indeed, there is also this democratic peace theory, which says that there is correlation between democracy and peace. So some are prone to think that peace is a result of democracy, and the others that democracy is a result of peace. But everybody agrees that there is this interconnectedness. And with this, I want to provide the floor to our next speaker, Mr. Zdenko Kozic from Bosnia and Herzegovina. Please, Mr. You have the floor.
Hvala lijepa. Gospođe i gospodo, sve vas pozdravljam. Čuli ste, ja dolazim iz Bosne i Hercegovine.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all. I greet you all. I'm coming from Bosnia and Herzegovina, as you heard.
Ako bismo tražili neku sličnost sa Armenijom i Bosnom i Hercegovinom, odnosno regijama u kojima se nalazimo, onda je to svakako burna, na određenim razdobljima i teška povijest.
If we are trying to find a similarity between Armenia and Bosnia and Herzegovina, then it would be past, which was very troubled.
Danas naravno da nam je zajedničko i to što smo već ovdje čuli, iznaći rješenja za naše građane, za miran život i prosperitet.
Another similarity is what we have heard today is to look for a way to find dialogue and a better way of life to our citizens and our countries.
U ostvarivanju tih ciljeva svakako veliku ulogu imaju parlamenti, ta parlamentarna suradnja, jer bilo bi krivo ulogu parlamenta reducirati samo na zakonodavno tijelo.
In accomplishing those goals, the role of parliament is very important to limit parliaments as just a legislatory body.
Parlamenti bi trebali biti i parlamentarci, komunikacijski kanali za sve ljude, za regije i uopće u najširem smislu.
Should develop communication channels with all regions, all people, and in a wide sense.
Jer na takav način imamo više prilike iznaći rješenja za sve one izazove pred kojima se nalazimo.
And this is the only way we could find a solution to all problems we have.
Postoji jedan, po mom mišljenju, preduvjet da bismo takve ciljeve ostvarivali, a to je prihvaćanje i razvijanje demokracije.
One important precondition to this is acceptance and development of democracy.
Kad bismo htjeli definirati demokraciju, vjerojatno bismo dobili mnoštvo različitih definicija.
And if we were to define democracy, we would probably get many different definitions of democracy.
Međutim, sve te definicije imaju jedan zajednički nazivnik. Mir i prosperitet.
But today all definitions of democracy have one single name, peace and prosperity.
Mi u Bosni i Hercegovini to dobro znamo. Demokracija nema nekakav jedinstven recept.
We fully understand in Bosnia and Herzegovina democracy doesn't have a single unique recipe.
Pa ako pogledamo i demokratska društva u Europskoj uniji, vidjet ćemo da društveni model u jednoj zemlji ne može se tek tako prepisati za drugu zemlju.
But if we look across democratic countries in European Union, the single democratic model in one country doesn't necessarily transcribe to another country.
Nije nikakav problem, recimo ovdje u Armeniji ili kod nas u Bosni i Hercegovini, napraviti neko tradicionalno talijansko ili francusko jelo. Dovoljno je da imate recept.
It's not a problem here in Armenia to have French or Italian meal. It's just enough to have a recipe.
Međutim, ne možete recept talijanskog društva ili francuskog ili bilo kojeg tek tako prepisati na svoju zemlju.
But you can't transcribe the Italian society's recipe or French or to your country.
Morate pronaći vlastiti recept.
You have to find your own recipe.
Mi u Bosni i Hercegovini to imamo kao jedan od većih političkih problema. Kako pronaći recept da zadovoljimo zahtjeve demokracije, a stvorimo društvo koje je spremno priključivati se Evropskoj uniji.
We in Bosnia and Herzegovina have a difficulty to find one single recipe which would comply the needs of society and at the same time serve us on our path towards the EU.
Osobno mislim da je rješenje u takozvanoj politici dekomodacije, da se one političke ideje koje možemo nazvati ekstremnim sa političkog, da se maknu, marginaliziraju i da tražimo zajedničko rješenje koje će uvažavati druge i drugčije.
One possible solution would be in decommodization of extreme ways, extreme politics, which don't comply with needs of societies and people all represented within the country.
Mi u Bosni i Hercegovini specifični smo po mnogo čemu i mislimo da samo određeni oblik konsocijacije, podjele vlasti može biti dobar recept za Bosnu i Hercegovinu, naravno i ono što je dobro za sve zemlje i sve regije, snažno jačanje bilateralnih odnosa.
We in Bosnia and Herzegovina think there are different ways of division of power and we don't always agree on that. But the way is to actually make
jačanje bilateralnih odnosa.
Strengthening of bilateral dimension is very important.
Nadam se da ćemo osigurati mirno okruženje u kojima ćemo postići te ciljeve što naravno želimo i vama.
We are sure we will ensure the peaceful environment and accomplish those goals which we also want to.
Hvala.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tosic, and I'm sorry if I mispronounced the last name of some of our colleagues. Yes, I just want to highlight the one of the central ideas that you stated in your intervention, that democracy does not have only one recipe. Indeed, there can be different democracies, and this variety of democracies and learning from each other is what makes us strong. And for this, we need to hear voices from various parts of the world and various regions. And here, I want us to move a bit north to Great Britain, and I want to give the floor to Mr. Andrew Rosendale Please, sir, you have the floor.
Thank you for inviting me to speak today at this seminar and to take part in the Yerevan Dialogue. This is an amazing event with friends from across Europe and the wider family of nations to show our support for Armenia. Armenia is a proud nation state with an amazing history going back many centuries. And in my lifetime, to see Armenia become a free and independent sovereign nation again is one of the things that I am incredibly proud to see happen. And that is, ladies and gentlemen, essentially where all of us want to be proudly independent, sovereign in our own land, but prosperous and free as nations. Sadly, there are too many countries in the world who believe it is their role to dominate, to establish structures which give them influence over nation states, rather than promote the idea of bilateral cooperation. Some use these international structures to gather power to themselves. Others use military means to threaten other countries and then enhance their own national interests. Armenia has been, I think, at the epicenter of this for far too long. And that's why I'm pleased to be here in Armenia for my second visit. My first was in 1999, and to see how much this country has progressed, to see the enterprise and the prosperity that has been created, to see the expansion of this country as a democratic society, certainly since 2018, and now under the leadership of Prime Minister Pashinyan, to look at how Armenia can be a crossroads for prosperity and peace in what has been a troubled region over many, many years. So that's why I'm pleased to be back in Yerevan. I'm pleased to say on behalf of friends back in the United Kingdom that we are with you. We stand with Armenia. I am a Shadow Minister for Foreign Affairs for the Conservative Party in the UK Parliament, but we also have a cross-party group of MPs representing every political party in both the House of Commons and the upper house, which is the House of Lords. And we support Armenia, and we promote the importance of giving Armenia the chance to play its part in the evolution of the family of European nations, but to be that crossroads here in such a pivotal region of the world. And the vision your Prime Minister has demonstrated fills us with hope. And that's why I'm very pleased to be here today to offer my support of my party and of parliamentarians throughout the United Kingdom who see Armenia as a partner and a friend, a Christian country that has defended its culture, its heritage, and its way of life. And long may that continue. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rosendahl. And thank you also for highlighting the peaceful transformation of Armenia taking place in 2018, and also highlighting the similarities that our countries share based on democratic values and human rights. This is the basis of our cooperation. We do truly believe in that, and we are determined to build on that. And with this, I want to pass the floor to Mr. Charles Flanagan from Ireland, who will be also sharing his views on the topic with us.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, and can I join with previous speakers in saying what a privilege and honour it is to have the opportunity of spending some time in Yerevan, particularly in view of the most interesting agenda that has been put forward by the organisers. I was asked at the airport last night when I arrived, had I ever been to Yerevan before, and I said, yes, I was here once, and that was in 1993. But I stopped saying that this morning because people said to me, 1993, I wasn't even born then. So I was here in 1993, a long, long time ago, and I would like to compliment everybody here in Armenia for the manner in which the country has radically and visibly improved over a range of issues since that time. I'm a member of Parliament from Ireland. I was a member of Parliament in Ireland for 38 years, and I didn't stand in the last election in November. My daughter said I was finished, and it was time to hang up the boots and make way for younger people. So I'm really pleased to have the opportunity to give perhaps of my experience over the years at forums such as this. I come from Ireland, a small island in the Atlantic, on the periphery of Europe. So in my brief remarks, I'm not going to lecture anybody on the politics of this region, but I am pleased to follow Andrew and maybe give of our perspective on the politics of our region. Haven't met Andrew before, but I want to acknowledge the work that he does in the Parliament of Britain at fostering dialogue and partnership and collaboration between the islands of Great Britain and Ireland. Islands that have for almost 900 years been very much at the centre of conflict, all of which is now changed under a new dispensation. The hallmark of which has been working together. And my message today is working together. Coming from a small island, isolated. I was 15 years of age when Ireland joined the European Union in 1973. I remember the excitement in my school since then, and I have to say that the European Union remains the greatest peace process on earth. And I think we need to take that for granted, and we need to interrogate it. That's why I was a little disappointed this morning to hear Prime Minister Fico strike a negative note when in his short address he messaged a negative, what he opposed in the European Union, rather than what he proposes for the European Union. And the cornerstone of Irish foreign policy since our independence in 1922 has been multilateralism, working in the multilateral sphere, United Nations in particular. We're not members of NATO or any military organization, so we pride ourselves in our membership of the United Nations and the United Nations Charter. The Council of Europe is hugely important to us. The OSCE is hugely important to us. And also bilateral parliamentary memoranda of understanding that we strike up from time to time. And over the last 5 years, I was chairman of the Foreign Affairs and Defence Committee in our Parliament and struck many a shared value note with Pavel. And I was delighted to hear him earlier and agree fully with what he has said regarding working together, either on a bilateral basis or through the multilateral organizations. And final point I want to make is this. We shouldn't be afraid to work out new forums and new ways of collaborating. Ireland and Armenia have one thing in common, and that is the strength of our diaspora. Ireland is a small island of 5 million people, but our diaspora worldwide is 77 million people. And we have, I think, successfully harnessed that to our benefit, particularly in times of challenge. Times of challenge, the conflict on our island, when we could draw on the support of our friends in the United States of America in particular to assist when matters were very difficult and couldn't be resolved around table ourselves. The challenge of Brexit, the withdrawal of our nearest neighbour from the European Union, presented us with a huge difficulty in Ireland, because if you stand in the Grand Place in Brussels now and look west, you will see Ireland not only as an island behind an island, but an island behind an island that's no longer a member of the European Union. So we work with our European colleagues in order to address what on the face of it is an imbalance or a challenge. And finally, in relation to our connections with the United Kingdom, Andrew didn't say that he was proud to be the chairman of a new body that we set up after our conflict ceased in the late 1990s. It was the British-Irish Interparliamentary Body. I was vice chairman of that body in the 1990s. Andrew may still be the chair of that body. And that presents him with a challenge to ensure that our shared values or that we concentrate on agendas of what we have in common rather than what divides us. So we can work in education, in health, in environment, in energy, leave the difficult constitutional issues perhaps for another day when things are better, but concentrate on what we have in common for our people. And finally, if anybody has any questions on anything that I've said, I'd be delighted to address them, but really pleased to be back in Yerevan and wish you every success in future endeavours. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flanagan. Indeed, the wisest thing probably we can do is to concentrate on those areas where we can cooperate and work towards those times when the other issues will also be feasible to address. And I want to provide the floor now to Mr. Arin Karapet, Member of Parliament from Riksdag, Sweden. Please, Mr. Karapet, you have the floor.
Thank you, Ripsima. Barevdes. I had to say hi first in Armenian, it's my native language. So I will continue in Swedish. So distinguished colleagues, no, sorry. English. Well, we Swedes love England, so it's not a big difference. So distinguished colleagues, guests, friends, Swedish ambassador of Sweden. Sweden is, as you know, has been a neutral country until the recently, yeah. The process was very hard for some of the parties, but not me, for us. I come from the Liberal Conservative Party. So after Russia invaded Ukraine, we Swedes said, with our Finnish friends, we have to go into NATO now. There is no neutrality left in Europe. But what we Swedes can bring to the table, not only one of the best defensive weapons in the world, which we are quite proud of, is that we have been a peace facilitator. Sweden has been a peace facilitator in many conflicts, just not in Europe. It's been in Korea, Sudan, Israel, Palestine. We have been in peacekeeping missions. So what we can bring to the table is sit around the table and try to fix the complex questions. And there is a living example when you can meet MPs from Ireland and UK sitting together, and if you look at the past, it was quite dark. But nowadays, they sit around the table and having a conversation. People are traveling between the two countries. They have trade. Students are moving. Somebody's moving from London to Dublin or from Dublin to London and studying. People get married. Things that maybe were impossible maybe 50, 100 years ago is possible today. So as a Swede, I'm very proud also that Armenia is the third country that's prioritized in Europe after, of course, Ukraine and Moldova. Sweden can help and provide with the experience of rule of law, how to build independent institutions, because you will never become a democracy because you had just a democratic elections. You have to have the public trust. The institution has to be independent bodies. People have to have a trust that there is rule of law. And that is something we Swedes are quite good in. And Swedish bureaucracy is quite good when you come abroad. We as Swedes always complain about our own bureaucracy, but when we come abroad, we say, I miss the Swedish bureaucracy. Because at least I know it's right in the end. But when it comes to just not the governmental relations, I would also bring to the table economic growth. When people feel there's economic growth, that my children will get a proper education. That's why I'm happy that Sweden is one of the countries that always welcoming countries, new countries to European Union. For example, Bosnia, or I look at Montenegro. Also, Armenia is aspiring, Ukraine, Moldova. We're always open to get more family members to the European Union. And I was also want to say to the honorable gentleman, Mr. Rosendale, we both are conservatives, so I would love to see United Kingdom as a member again in the European Union, because we as Swedes need you. We cannot only rely on the Germans. So, but I have hope. I'm young, I'm 37, so maybe my grandchildren will see United Kingdom as a member of European Union. But it's just a desire. But I'm happy to be here because these gatherings, when we sit as MPs, maybe tomorrow some of us are minister. Maybe that's the person I need to be able to call. Because sometimes personal relations can solve problems. So that's why I'm very honored to be here. And I'm also happy as an Armenian to see a new Armenia grow. Because we can think that, oh, the prime minister and the foreign minister came, we had a nice event in Divin. Armenia is becoming a normal country in the world. Armenians just don't travel abroad. People from the abroad is now traveling to Armenia. So Armenia is becoming a part of the world, just not a landlocked country where everybody feels sorry about. It's time for Armenia also to be a game changer in the region. And as you know, Armenians are good, very good in the diaspora. So now it's time for the Armenians who live in Armenia to show and build their own fate and future. Thank you.
Thank you, Arinjan. Thank you, Mr. Karapet. And we can really not overestimate the importance of lessons learned and the lessons that we can really take advantage of from history and the very good examples that Mr. Karapet provided us with. And I want to give the floor now to Mr. Wilhelm Junila from Finland to continue with the Scandinavian experience and from the Finnish perspective. Please, you have the floor, Mr. Junila.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for our Nordic cooperation in the previous speech. We always have a great relationship with Sweden. And also, hello from Finland to every one of you, including the ambassadors present here. In recent years, Armenia has had to endure a lot of adversity. You have had to be very resilient. That has required a lot of courage, and we admire it. I would like to share two examples of how we do in Finland in terms of being resilient. The first one concerns the parliamentary side, and then I will continue to the economic, business and civil society side. Obviously, the world is increasingly polarized, and to be resilient as a society, I would like to highlight the importance of trust on the parliamentary side, and use Finland as an example. Of course, we have a lot of opinions. We disagree on pretty much everything ideologically, or whatever there is. For example, in immigration, we have tons of different views, and normal daily politics as well. We like to disagree sometimes. All 7 parties at the parliament disagree between themselves, penal issues and so on. However, we try to find common ground on issues which concern national security. Every legislation that affects the armed forces, for example, or defensive expenditure, and especially anything that concerns our external borders. In addition to this, we also try to find and have like a unified foreign policy, despite of whoever is controlling the government. And it's of vital importance to be on the same page on these issues. And if we have a huge issue, like a huge challenge, very difficult one, we usually have a process where before beginning the legislation process, we form a parliamentary kind of a parliamentary group that every party has a representative. It's not, the government it doesn't bind, government can do whatever it wants to, but it's usually helpful to share the views and try to find common ground, come into a unanimous decision. It's kind of a working solution to gain the trust of everyone, and most usually the government also takes that into account, and that's why there is usually no huge public or political divide on issues concerning national security, even if we would disagree on pretty much anything else. And this kind of process leads to 3 positive outcomes that makes us very resilient against the external influence. For example, the willingness to defend the country is extremely high, even in most hopeless and precarious situations. Pretty much everyone in Finland would defend the country no matter what, even if it would seem and be deemed hopeless. There's also a shared view of national identity, so it doesn't become monopolized by any one party. And thirdly, continuity, so that the next government doesn't undo the decisions. That's how we work on issues regarding national security, and on parliamentary side can stand as one and be resilient against whatever threats might be upon us. And on civil society and business side, I would like to share an example as well. Armenia is an example of multi-layered diplomacy, which is very important to endure hybrid warfare, for example. Democratic countries like us are, however, vulnerable to these kind of threats. Many countries thought economic dependency could support stable relations, but the opposite could also be true. These dependencies could trigger the hybrid warfare. Of course, the political implications are obvious, but we must learn to see the disconnect between trade and political relations, however friendly they might appear. Most of the time, our thinking is centered around states. Of course, regulations, trade agreements, and so forth, they matter a lot, but businesses make everything possible. They too should implement strategic approaches and effectively address hybrid threats and strengthen their resilience and readiness. More authoritarian and less democratic countries may use these businesses and to pose a risk to the states that lack insight to battle these asymmetric kind of threats that have recently appeared. And these threats are ever more complex. And to concentrate on state alone, in my opinion, is kind of a recipe for disaster. The businesses, civil society need to be ready as well. And in Finland, we have kind of it's called a national defensive course, but it has nothing to do with military or well, of course, something it has to do with national security, but it's not military course or anything like that. But it's something that people from various positions gather together, perhaps 15 to 60 people. I think there are like 4 courses a year or more. And we have had over 300 of these. And they gather together and work together, have several scenarios, threats they need to battle against. And that's how you also gain the trust between the civil society, business side, parliamentary side, and you have to kind of a role play the whole thing to be resilient in terms of threats like that. So that's the second example I wanted to share you, because it's been very useful. Everyone who has been part of the process is their trust of the state and each other has really skyrocketed, and that's also something that has built upon the society to be resilient as such. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Junila, for sharing with us the Finnish experience of making the society even more resilient by various means and stressing some of the vulnerabilities of modern democracies. And with this, I want to give the floor now to Mr. Michalis Livanos. Please, you have the floor from Greece.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Chairwoman. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I'm also very honored to be here in Yerevan and for the dialogue that it is a Greek word, and I want to give you all special information, but that through the dialogue in Greece we created and we understood better what democracy is. So it's very fertile and productive to discuss, to create relationships, to move on under a certain plan when you manage to discuss even with your enemies. The problem of isolation in the relationships of two countries has always been the most important factor of aggravation and deterioration of their common and individual perspectives in these countries. So, with the example of our relationship with Turkey, a difficult relationship, even though many of our other parties in Greece, they consider us, many times we receive negative reviews, they call us reducers or compliants, but the dialogue itself doesn't make you compliant when you come to a meeting with the goals and many times red lines. Even if you don't reach to a result, at least you would have learned a lot about how the other side thinks and what is their probable goals in this discussion. So we have to discuss even if we disagree. We should discuss on a basis with rules and principles, and when the result is negative, there should always exist a channel of communication that can be open in any case, in any crisis, especially in our uncertain days. I made that comment because the word vision on the crossroads of peace contains the meaning of difficulty and unreliability. And because this vision is both, this is my strong belief, is both realistic and achievable, and also it will bring about what is the goal of every prosperous and developing society, what is peace and integrity, not only in the South Caucasus region, but also more widely in a region that has tested many conflicts and from complex risks of destabilization. So I want to make clear that from The decisions we make at every moment, depending on the surrounding atmosphere along with the environment around us, largely shape the course of the countries in the coming years. In addition, a key criterion in these decisions we make is which goals we serve. So when the goal is peace, prosperity, the development of economic activity in a region, this goal is served if our criteria and our decisions is prudence, calmness, and logic. There are many things that I wanted to say, but I will try to make a little more time for the colleagues. So, discussing how to pave the way for a better tomorrow in South Caucasus, both Greece and the European Union support the Crossroads of Peace initiative, which your Prime Minister announced at December of 24 or 23, 23, yes, so that the wider region from a theater of conflict to be transformed into a commercial hub that will connect the Black Sea, the Persian Gulf and the Mediterranean Sea. Because in the end, only common prosperity silences the guns along with the progress of the people, repels the plans of authoritarian leaders. So we fully support Armenia's orientation towards the West, and it is natural as a member of the European Union and NATO as a country to contribute with expertise and experience to the construction of this liberal democratic path. And for historical Armenia, with which as Greeks we share common values, common struggles, we will stand by it to protect its great cultural heritage in areas such as Karabakh is. Thank you very much, and I will be able, I guess, to answer to some questions. Thanks again for the very honorable contribution to this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Livanos, both for your statement of support for Armenia's foreign policy and for our efforts to establish peace in our region, but also for highlighting the importance of dialogue and regardless of the results achieved at its various phases, the importance of continuing the dialogue. And with this, I want now to provide the floor to Mr. Michele Valencise, not a member of parliament, but the president of the Institute of International Affairs. Please, Mr. Valencise, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, let me say how impressed I am by the perfect organization of this event by the Armenian authorities. It's a great proof of efficiency. Bravo. But I'm much more impressed by the message that we all heard today in the morning by the Foreign Minister and by your Prime Minister. That was a message of peace, a message of courage, and a message of pragmatism. I think you highlighted in a very clear and convincing way a process that you're developing with your neighborhood, and I am impressed by the clarity and by the determination that you showed in this process. I think that you have some advantages in this phase, and the advantages are very synthetically. First of all, the fact that you can count on the Eastern Partnership with the European Union. That is a useful framework, a very useful and fruitful framework in which we Europeans, we can accompany and support your efforts. As far as my country, as Italy is concerned, I think you have the advantage of an excellent bilateral relation with Italy, with Rome. We had the pleasure of receiving President Kandanian and some of his colleagues in the last few weeks. And that mission was a sign of how important the role of Parliament can be in the relationship with a foreign country, in the relationship with a foreign continent. So that is an advantage also given the strong pro-Armenian prejudice of our Prime Minister that promised a strong support for Armenia's European orientation. And let me say one word, since we are all, you are all, I'm not, unfortunately, I'm not a parliamentarian. Let me say one simple word about the role of Parliament. I think this is an important role. And I have to think about an episode which I will summarize in 30 seconds of our recent story. Not so recent because you were not born at the time when I'm referring this episode. This was at the beginning of the 80s where we had some still, as Europeans also, some still very delicate relations with the Palestinian Liberation Organization, with the PLO. There were some discrete contacts, but it was not recognized as an official counterpart. And I remember the Italian parliament inviting Mr. Arafat, not in agreement with the Italian government that at the time was linked by the common policy that was very careful with Arafat. And I remember Mr. Arafat coming to Rome, to Rome's parliament, with his nice gun on his belt. And I remember a very fruitful discussion with him. He put the gun aside, of course. But there was an element where it was very clear that Parliament could play a role parallel to the government, not only as a copy of the government, but as an integration, as a positive integration of the function of the government. So you don't need any piece of advice, but I encourage you to strengthen this parliamentary dimension. Since we speak about parliamentary dimension here at this table, I encourage you to strengthen, on the basis of the Italian-Armenian experience, as much as you can, this parliamentary dimension of our dialogue. It will give fruits. It is a very positive area in which you can advance. So everybody has to make his own part. You are part of a, let me say, historical process, because in a moment in which we have countries that try and think to be able to lose their problems by the use of force, this is a very good model, a very good example, not only in the region, but I think in the world of what you're doing and what you are trying to achieve through peaceful means, through negotiations, through patience, and through respect of the basic conditions of all the parties connected. So I think everybody has to make his own part. And I think we Italians, we Europeans, we have the duty to accompany your courageous process with all our sympathy and with all our hope. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Valencise, for your words of support. And also, since you spoke about the role of parliamentarians, I want to give back the floor to our colleagues parliamentarians and maybe ask if some of the members of parliament, maybe from Montenegro or from, yes, I see already hands. Please, Mr. Subotic, you have the floor.
Thank you.
Or also, sorry to say, also, so the floor is open also for other colleagues, maybe also from Ukraine, I believe. Yes, so please.
Thank you so much, and thanks for the warm welcome here in Yerevan. I'm really enjoying it. Some of my colleagues before actually gave a great introduction to what I wanted to say, especially Honorable Flanagan and Honorable Karapet. I focused on some of the links and some of the general themes that you provided for this meeting, and I'd like to say that geopolitics is an ever-present factor in everything we do, of course. It changes, but this change is ever-present. It's a uniqueness that we have to deal with, much in the Balkans, like in this area here. And as my colleague Chosic said, we can draw many parallels between the situations. So foreign policy, foreign relations, as we heard before, is always about interest. Don't get that wrong. Problems that, what I see within these parallels, problems that both of our regions faced were problems that were not problems under the umbrella of the old country or the old ways. And I'm firmly convinced that they're not going to be problems under the new umbrella, which in the case of Montenegro is the European Union. Montenegro as the front runner really counts on European Union to be this new umbrella that will resolve many of the issues that we have in the Balkan area. What do these umbrellas show us? They show us that we are capable of resolving these issues, and we're capable of living and working together, like Mr. Flanagan said. But why don't we do it? Why outside of these umbrellas? You know, it's an issue that each one of us needs to discuss. But what I saw this morning here in Yerevan, I saw a prime minister who wants to solve that kind of problem and wants the peace and security outside these umbrellas. And I saw a country ready with the plan and with the project and ready to work on it. And many times he repeated the sentence, if our partners want it, you know, Armenia is ready. We will sign this or that treatment, and I like that. So what do we need to embrace? We need to embrace what foreign relations are there for, interests, and interests are economy and cooperation and working together. And finally, in order to do that, outside of just discussing and using the parliamentary diplomacy, which is a key factor, we need to work on our infrastructure. That's something that in the Balkan area did not work in the old country and the under umbrella. It doesn't work still today. Many of our cooperation meetings, the most difficult thing is to reach, you know, Sarajevo from Podgorica or you know, Pristina from Mostar or things of that genre. So under this new umbrella of European Union, which we firmly strive to, Montenegro is already a part of the growth plan. We have so many funds available. And we are receiving these funds, and we're receiving closing chapters and getting closer to the EU on a merit base. So this is what I want to conclude with. Let's work together, of course. That's always a message in every arena. But at the same time, let's try to find the ways and focus on the things that unite us and focus the things we need to do together, the economic growth, the exchange of people, and I foresee a bright future for both regions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Spodic. And I pass the floor to Mr. Mikisha from Ukraine.
Yeah, thank you. And it's very important to me be here, and I'm very grateful for inviting. I'm first of all in Armenia, and I love it. Second of all, sorry for my English, but what I want to say, I see and I watching now this is real steps to peace. Not just talking, not just someone's fantasy. It's a real plan, and I see it. And it's very important in this world who move into world war. We see that one country want to peace and do the real steps. And we very support, and I hope that our relations with this, both our countries, it's make much more better than now we have, and I always pleasure to see our friends in our country. I invite you, and all you invite, please come, and thank you for invite. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mikisha. And since we're short of time, I'm inviting our last speaker, Mr. ō̈ղⵉղ Hajdukovic from Croatia, our ex-colleague in the parliament and now an expert. Please, you have the floor. And afterwards, we will have the closing remark by Sarkis Khandanyan. And please, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you said, yes, I'm an ex-parliamentarian. Now I represent Center for International Relations from Croatia. I was a parliamentarian before. Unfortunately, I cannot boast experience of my Irish colleague, so I sat in only 4 convocations of Croatian Parliament, which is approximately half of his experience, time-wise at least. But still, In the last convocation, I chaired the European Affairs Committee of Croatia, and this is when I had the opportunity to visit your beautiful country and to meet you, of course, with other colleagues. And I must say that I'm astounded by the progress that was made, because just over a year ago, Armenia was grappling with the humanitarian catastrophe that was looming. You were facing a possible foreign invasion. There was a lot of uncertainty in the air, bordering on panic even. And only in a year, we see a completely changed situation. And I must credit Mr. Pashinyan, your Prime Minister, who really had the, and pardon my French here, guts to take very, very painful and serious steps to ensure stability of Armenia. And being a former parliamentarian, I just want to mention a few words about parliamentary diplomacy. I completely agree with my learned colleague from Bosnia and Herzegovina on the importance of parliamentary diplomacy. It's not only parliamentary tourism, it's broadening your views, collecting experiences, and of course, networking. In this sense, I'm happy to say that Armenia is making a very good use of the Council of Europe, and your colleague who chairs your delegation, Ruben Rubinian, please say hi on my behalf, is doing a good job there. And finally, and I wish to focus on this, on the European perspective of the region. So somebody mentioned that Armenia is a cradle of Christianity, that in this sense you have indebted the world and our continent. I think it was the honorable colleague from United Kingdom that mentioned that. Georgia gave us wine and winemaking, so yes, this region really, indebted our continent. But European perspective for the region is not only political issue, at least from my perspective, it's also economical issue and security issue. And to say it any other way would be, understatement and actually not living in a bubble. I was a great proponent of the enlargement of the Union when I was a parliamentarian, and still am, by the way. Of course, Croatia is focused on our immediate neighborhood, like Montenegro, Bosnia and Herzegovina. We have even bilateral agreements signed to this effect, because Croatia is unfortunately still the youngest member of the European Union. But perhaps with the freshest experience of joining the Union, we can help other countries who aspire to be members, including Armenia, Georgia, as well as we are helping Bosnia and Herzegovina and Montenegro. And finally, these are my final remarks. Somebody mentioned in the plenum the reforms that European Union requires of a country are not because of the European Union, it's for yourself. And there is another saying that probably sums the experience quite accurately. It is not the outcome, the end, it is the journey towards the membership. And journey towards the membership is always unique. For each country, there are different sets of challenges. But what I wish to encourage you, dear colleagues from Armenia, ask for help, ask for other experiences, collect them, because I'm sure they will be invaluable once you officially start your way towards the European Union, for which I'm really, really rooting. And for our colleagues from European member states, I urge you to support the European enlargement because, as I said, it is no longer only a political issue. It's predominantly in this new geopolitical situation that is changing rapidly, becoming a security issue for our continent as well. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Domagoj, Mr. Ilgovic, and please, Sarkis, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ripsime, for moderating this very important discussion. And I want, first of all, to thank all of you for the words of support, and we perceive it as a support of the people of your countries, because you represent the people of your countries, and it is very encouraging to hear these words of support in Yerevan. And secondly, I want to thank you for bringing your perspectives. We heard Irish, UK perspective, which is very important. We heard the Balkan perspective. We heard the Greek perspective, and it's very, and generally the Scandinavian perspective, of course. And it's very important to hear about these success stories. And my dream is that in not a very distant future, but in a close future, I and Dimitro will...
To his right, Jean-Noël Barrot, the Minister of Europe and Foreign Affairs of France. To his right, Barzan Arabekian, the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs and Expatriates of the Palestinian Authority. To her right, Tatiana Molsian, the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe. And to the very right, Nigar Göksel, Project Director of the International Crisis Group in Turkey. So, Minister Mirzoyan, as you mentioned in your speech this morning, the title of this year's Yerevan Dialogue, Navigating the Unknown, couldn't be more fitting. As the previous panel discussed, the US, one of the most important actors on the world scene, has become completely unpredictable in its foreign policy, and the EU is scrambling to rise to the immediate need and the use of the window of opportunity to fill the vision of European sovereignty with life. From your point of view, what are the most important challenges that Armenia and the region are currently facing?
Well, hello once again, dear friends, dear guests, and thank you very much for this interesting question. You know, dear colleagues, dear guests, sometimes we, public figures, politicians, journalists, we, during our public appearances are supposed to, and I think this is a big secret, but everybody knows this secret. We are supposed to have the very serious expression of the face and express some clever and complicated ideas. In this case, to answer this question, I'm going to come up with very simple answers because, you know, usually the truth is very simple. And the simple answer in this case, I believe, is that there is huge demand for peace in the world. Everybody is fed up, everybody is tired of, and everybody is exhausted with the wars, be it in Ukraine, the suffering in Gaza, I don't know, the war that we have, and the conflict that we have seen here in South Caucasus and elsewhere. So what makes us a little bit unique, and I'm very sorry for this word, is that in our case, in case of Armenian-Azerbaijani conflict, we have made already tangible steps towards establishment of peace, and it's the agreement, bilateral agreement upon the text of draft agreement, that draft peace agreement between Armenia and Azerbaijan. I very much hope that everybody would agree that this is a huge accomplishment, and we are ready to sign this agreement and then eventually, of course, ratify, which will open an era of peace and cooperation in South Caucasus. And coming also to the title of this panel discussion, this model probably, hopefully, could also be exported to, I don't know, of course, every conflict is unique, there are nuances everywhere, but the approach, the general aim to establish peace and then open an era of cooperation and peace could be exported to Ukraine, to Middle East, to some other regions which might be needing intervention. And I want to remind all of us here, our colleagues, politicians, governments, members of parliaments in the world, our final aim and our obligation is to create an environment where our citizens could build their happiness, their livelihood, have better education, better healthcare system, and of course the other things too. So we must act as we are obliged. We must create this environment. First of all, peace and security. I can, of course, elaborate a little bit on the benefits that the peace could bring. For instance, we have been speaking about the crossroads of peace, the establishment of transport corridors here in South Caucasus, unblocking of transport infrastructure here in South Caucasus, mainly between Armenia and Azerbaijan. And we all, if we just have one look at the world map, we can see that unblocking these communications here in this region could connect Europe with Central Asia, but I mean, these are evident things that I don't think there is much necessity to speak about from this panel.
Minister Barrot, moving on to you, looking at the likely window of opportunity for the peace agreement between Azerbaijan and Armenia, but also on the impact on security and stability in the region. Is France, is the EU doing enough to support its partners in the region?
Well, first I'd like to thank our host for this second edition of the Yerevan Dialogue with a fantastic program and amazing speakers that has certainly become an outstanding venue for discussions on peace, security, and regional integration, and which speaks of Armenia as a very central place in this region, a place where solutions are found and new cooperations are created. So thank you for the invitation. It's an honor to be here. As for your question, I will start with where Ararat left off. I indeed think that there is a great aspiration for peace, but peace does not fall from the sky. Peace requires that a certain number of principles are followed. The first of which is a very simple principle based on which we drafted the UN Charter 80 years ago, that has not prevented all wars and crises around the world, but that has avoided many of them from degenerating into major regional crises. And this principle is very simple. I don't touch your borders, you don't touch mine. I respect your territorial integrity and your sovereignty. And once this principle is established, as we've established it across European countries, members of the European Union, well, you have a solid building block based on which you can develop prosperity through regional integration, through infrastructure, through connectivity, and so on and so forth. But the first building block is indeed the respect of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And yes, we look at South Caucasus as a major region to connect the European Union to the East and to the rest of the world. And that's why we want for peace to be achieved between Armenia and Azerbaijan, not only because we have a very special and long-standing relationship with Armenia, but also because it's in our interests. And that's why we've supported the Armenian authorities in their efforts to come up with a peace plan. That's why we've supported the political agreement on this peace plan when it was reached a few weeks ago. And that's why we're calling upon both parties to now sign and ratify this treaty, so that based on this regional peace, we can build a future of prosperity, regional integration, and prosperity in the region that will benefit Armenia, but that will also benefit the European Union.
Thank you. Tatiana Molcian, you bring a number of interesting perspectives to the table. You're from Moldova. You have worked extensively on multilateral and European cooperation. Right now, you're serving as the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe. When we look at what the EU is currently doing with its sanction policy, it's closing windows for economic cooperation. Do you see other windows opening? Do you see these developments as a window of opportunity for closing these ties between Europe and Central Asia?
Thank you. Well, there is always a window of opportunity. If we don't believe in a window of opportunities, we won't be here. And here it means having this discussion, for which I'm very grateful to our host, to the minister, bringing me back to Yerevan and seeing by myself the dynamics and also the progress in not only in the country but also in the region. And there is a window of opportunity, and there is a window of opportunity when we speak not only about the developments and the political opportunities. And
Tatiana, sorry, can you move a little bit closer to the microphone?
There are these opportunities despite the political challenges. And what is important that, yes, we know there is this fatigue, and the minister mentioned, of crises, of challenges, but still these many shifts in geopolitical and geoeconomic, I would say, space recently creates these opportunities that we need to seize. And it's good that today we discuss this, how we can plan ahead, the path forward, and having this foresight approach, planning in advance. And we are speaking as, about Middle East, South Caucasus, and Central Asia. And UNOC covers actually quite a diverse region, and I can tell you, it's not easy to bring common issues on the agenda when you have such a diverse membership, or when you have this very different, but at the same time close region to one another. The opportunities are, first of all, in interconnection. So we have to create the dialogue and the connection between the countries, between the regions. We all know, any diplomatic solution without practical processes won't ensure a long-lasting peace or solution. So I think this is where we have to focus on creating that practical opportunities for interconnection, for inclusive cooperation, be it indeed transport, connectivity, trade, or environment. I think this is a very key issue where we have to focus when it comes to addressing challenges that are posed to environment, to climate change, and the fact that Armenia will be hosting the Biodiversity COP can play a specific role in that sense.
Thank you. Nigar Göksel, Turkey has been trying to use the developments both on a geopolitical level and on a regional level to strengthen its international role and influence in the region. Can Turkey play the role of an honest broker in the region?
Thank you very much. It's delightful to be in Yerevan again. Well, mediation in the narrow sense of a sort of neutral arbitrator that acts benevolently and is welcomed by both parties equally, I doubt it. But I think Turkey has some very important roles to play. In the broader sense of mediation, Ankara is already and can further carry out roles through back-channel diplomacy, which it's doing, leveraging certain assets that it has, including its location. Because it has an incentive to do so, it's really in Turkey's interest to have stability and open borders in the region. Turkish economy flourishes under those circumstances, unlike some of its rivals. And it also is popular domestically and gives it an international stature. So I think it's definitely in Turkey's interest, and Turkey's been seeing it in its interest to do so in other geographies in its proximity as well. Some have been successful, some less so, some not immediately successful, but later on paying off. So, with some recalibration and some trial and error, Turkey has found itself to be useful in various conflicts in the neighborhood. I think, as some of the other panelists have also mentioned, connectivity is one of those areas where I think Turkey's role can be significant, particularly if it collaborates with the European Union. There's some very clear shared interests between the two for win-win routes to be established, but I also see that there's a risk that they could work at cross purposes. And so one of the things that we need to focus on is to mitigate that risk, because you can see in both Turkey and some European Union countries a mistrust that if the other has a leverage, it could potentially use that leverage against the other. So making sure to be working on shared goals together and looking out for each other's interests, I think Turkey and the European Union and European partners can advance connectivity significantly. I must say, sort of a sobering note, Turkey has a lot of other issues on its plate, a lot of other conflicts that take precedence perhaps in terms of security and immediate sort of pressing need, like the PKK conflict, Syria, Iraq. Of course, Turkey has a strong alliance and solidarity with Azerbaijan, but it also, we note a pronounced appreciation in Ankara these days for Yerevan's evolving posture and pragmatism. So I definitely think there's there's a potential, but we shouldn't take it for granted. We need to work on it.
Thank you, Nigar. Minister Arabekian, I will come to you in a minute. I just wanted to use this opportunity to address a follow-up to Minister Mirzoyan. Is the possible peace agreement between Armenia and Azerbaijan also an opportunity for normalization of ties between Armenia and Turkey?
Well, to put the long story short, yes. But I also want to express my attitude to this positioning of the or this position of the official Ankara. You know, we have launched our dialogue with Turkey, having in mind and publicly saying both. I mean, we and our Turkish colleagues that this process should take place without any precondition. Now, I want to say that we're happy to see that the Turkish-Armenian dialogue is not that problematic as one could assume. And now we reached a point where the only thing that stands between now and tomorrow, where the diplomatic relations could be established between our two countries and the borders could be finally open and the connection issue could be resolved, is the non-completely finalized state of Armenian-Azerbaijani negotiations and dialogue. Although my personal attitude and my assessment is that if we succeed to have a breakthrough with Turkey, then this breakthrough would definitely have huge positive impact on Armenian-Azerbaijani normalization. But should I take the opportunity and express some other ideas as well, or I should? Okay, go ahead.
So, Minister Arabekian.
Because I have written a couple of things I want.
Wonderful. Yeah, we will come to that in a second. Minister Arabekian, so the war in Gaza has been continuing since the October 7th terror attack by Hamas. How can issues of security that we're discussing right now best be addressed in an environment that is lacking security and stability?
Thank you very much, and I'm very honored and humbled to be here today and amongst distinguished panelists. Yes, I come from an area that is plagued with insecurity and has endured a long time, several decades of insecurity, conflict, and occupation. Today, Gaza is the epic. I mean, if anyone looks at the case of Gaza, we will understand what the essence of insecurity means and what the essence of long-term insecurity without finding solutions to this insecurity, what would that result in? And we are seeing the devastation today like we have never seen before. It's impossible to talk about security vis-a-vis Israel-Palestine without speaking on the occupation. I mean, occupation is the biggest destabilizing factor of security, not only for Israel-Palestine, but for the region and probably for the world. If we want to speak on security, we need to derail this policy of territorial expansion by Israel. And territorial expansion by Israel has been clear. I mean, the world is clear about it, the international law is clear about it, and if we comply and go by international law, I think we can reach a stage where we can inject the security element. But as it is today, with this expansionist ideology, there will be absolutely no security in the Middle East, not for the Palestinians, not for the Israelis. And the first and foremost issue that we need to deal with is ending this occupation. Today, this genocidal war is the culmination of years and years of insecurities and violations of international law, of human rights, of the rights of people to self-determination. If today this issue is not taken further and dealt with once for all, we don't know when the time is appropriate. Today, now is the time. We cannot wait any longer, not for us as Palestinians, and I can also speak for the Israelis as well. There are many challenges in that regard. One of the most important challenges we need to deal with is the distrust on all sides. We have a distrust in the process of how the whole thing has been dealt with in the last 3 decades since we embarked on this political process on forging peace with Israel.
Minister Arabikian, if I may add a question. Since you're speaking about a distrust, how about the other side? How about the security of the state of Israel when there is a majority of Palestinian leadership, or a significant share at least, still questioning the right of existence of the state of Israel?
Well, today the question that needs to be asked is the security of the Palestinians. Israel exists, and there's a lot of security on the Israeli side.
But the October 7th attacks proved wrong.
Yes, the October 7th attack, I don't want to go into the reasons of the October 7th attacks, but October 7th was violent. Yes, it was violence. It has a reason. But the counter-violence exercised by the state of Israel is way disproportional to the violence that was exercised on October 7th. Violence is denounced by any perpetrator, whether it's us, the Palestinians, or the Israelis. We need to stop that cycle of violence. If anyone thinks that what is happening in Gaza today will bring peace in the future, then that's very naive, because violence only begets violence. And having 50,000 people dead, 120,000 injured, and God knows how many more under the rubble, will not bring peace, neither to Israel nor the Palestinians. The military route is not a starter. We
Minister
need to sit
Arabikian,
around the table.
I'd like to bring in Minister Barrot at this point. Minister Barrot, you've recently reconfirmed France's decision to recognize the state of Palestine. This is not a consensus position in the EU. Could it be a game changer? Could it be the way to peace that Minister Arabikian is describing?
France has not announced that it has recognized Palestine.
No,
yet.
it's intention.
France is chairing a UN conference with Saudi Arabia on the two-state solution, because we have this view that is very broadly shared in Europe and the rest of the world, and that is unanimous in the European Union, that there is no military solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, that only a political solution can bring peace and stability to the region and ensure the security of the Israelis as the Palestinians. But right now the urgency is to ceasefire, to the liberation of the hostages of Hamas that needs to be disarmed, and the unhindered access of massive humanitarian help to those that need it in Gaza. Then, and that's the topic of the conference we're working on right now, the question is, how can we preserve the perspective of this political solution? So yes, indeed, European countries, other countries from the West that have not yet recognized the state of Palestine could do so, which would help in preserving the perspective itself. But the way President Macron has been considering this decision is not only to make it a mutual decision of several European countries and Western countries, but to bring other stakeholders to also make movement in the same direction. And this means for the Palestinian Authority that we support to engage into the reform that are needed for it to be able to govern the state of Palestine once it exists. It means for Arab countries, in particular those of the region, to agree, when the war is over, to enter into a security architecture within which the state of Palestine and the state of Israel will coexist. It also means for them at some point to normalize their relationship with Israel. And then it means for Hamas to agree to a perspective of disarmament and to agree not to be associated in any manner to the future governance of Gaza. So what we're trying to do right now is to break the cycle of violence by offering a serious political perspective that is also in the interest of Israel, because it will be building the blocks guaranteeing the security of Israel moving forward. So that's the way or that's the direction we're taking. And hopefully, if all stakeholders take their part, it's a difficult part to take. It requires to take some risk, but if all stakeholders take their share of the risk, then hopefully we'll have made progress by this conference.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Minister Mirzayan, back to you. Our panel's title speaks of inclusive cooperation. What would this look like for you, for the region at large?
Well, answering this question, I should probably continue where Minister Barrot stopped. By the way, we pretty much share the vision of the French ministry, the vision for the solution of Middle East. Probably the only tangible difference is that Armenia has recognized the state of Palestine, and we have the honor to have the minister participating in the panel. By the way, again, taking the opportunity, I have sent an invitation to our Israeli colleague as well, and I believe this conversation would benefit if our distinguished colleague from Israel also had decided to participate. Nevertheless, so joint engagement and mutual agreement is probably key. You know, again, this is a very simple truth. You cannot establish truth alone. You need at least the other side also wishing and being interested in this peace. That's why we are very much following and very much committed to our dialogue with our Azerbaijani colleagues. We cannot establish peace in South Caucasus without having our Azerbaijani colleagues at the table. That's why we not only continue our delimitation process, and here, Minister, you are completely right. The cooperation and peace should be based on mutual firm acknowledgement of territorial integrity. If you violate the borders, then the whole concept collapses. That's why we can discuss not only the peace treaty, which is again a simple, more or less simple document. No single peace treaty can regulate all the spheres of life or relations between any two countries. That's why also that we discuss a future possible cooperation and transit routes crossing Azerbaijan and also Armenia. So cooperation and engagement is indeed key.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well.
Yes, I want to bounce back on what I just said, because look at the geographical position of Armenia. It is basically a crossroads, or it can be a crossroads, but it is a landlocked country that is located in between two regions where two of the largest crises in the world are happening. And so either we manage to come up with peace and political solutions to these major regional conflicts that affect the entire world, in which case the peace crossroads that Armenia has designed and implemented will serve as a formidable sort of conducer to growth and prosperity for this South Caucasus region, but much broader for Europe, for the Middle East, and for South Asia. If instead we're not able to bring back peace in those regions, and I'm thinking, of course, the Middle East and Gaza on the one hand, and Ukraine and Russia on the other hand, and then countries like Armenia will be paying the cost of those tensions arising from the lack of respect for the principles of territorial integrity. That's why what's happening in our neighborhood, in our direct neighborhood in Ukraine, is so important. It's not only the security of Europe and the European Union that is at stake. It's this very principle of intangibility of borders that that leads us to think that depending on the way the Russian war of aggression on Ukraine will be solved, this will have huge consequences for the entire continent, including for Armenia. That's why we're supporting Armenia in these testing times. It came with a total of 150 million worth of financing support for, in particular, support for the infrastructure projects that the government is implementing now to make sure, or to sort of create the conditions of cooperation through connectivity infrastructure, which we think is the wisest way to go.
Thank you very much. Tatiana Molcian, if you look at the project that the ECE is currently implementing, we've heard a lot about transit and connectivity as two main aspects. Can you share with us a number of developments and projects that give you hope that economic cooperation will provide the path to peace in the region?
I will continue on the message from Minister Barrot on the connectivity, on the importance of investing in infrastructure to create this routes and crossroads for peace, as they are called, because this is really essential if we are talking about dialogue. You need connectivity, you need access, you need interaction between people in order to build dialogue. This is why investments in infrastructure are important, in particular everything that would facilitate connectivity. At the same time, what we are focused very much now at UNEC is to make sure that these investments are in projects or programs that are resilient. And when I'm speaking about resilience, is both, well, political, which is more difficult, but economic resilience, and also social and environment resilience. Because we can invest a lot. One day we have a flooding, we have a crisis, and all of this investment is compromised. So this is one key area where we work very closely, including with the countries from the region, but specifically with Armenia as well, to see how we can support this development of corridors. One key aspect is the digitalization. These days we cannot advance without looking at the technological progress. Otherwise we are outdated, if I can say like this. We are not relevant if we are not investing enough in creating all and using all the available tools that are provided by technological advancement. So this is key, and this is a message for everyone that supports their region, their country, and the wider, let's say, interregional cooperation. This is key. But I wanted also to refer to one more, because a lot was mentioned about lack of trust, no confidence between the department. And here's where I see the biggest contribution that we can do, and in particular from the UN, but let's say a regional commission with a more sectoral economic view. It's to help confidence building, but from an angle which is not an immediate obvious one. And I will give the example of transboundary water cooperation. Yes, one of the regions under focus, Central Asia. I mean, for many years we've been working, but recently we have seen a lot of progress when it comes to addressing the challenges related to sharing common rivers, lakes, groundwaters. And some of the mistrust and misconception have been addressed by just applying some very technical, without political, but really technical instruments that are available there. And I think this is also relevant for this region and actually globally. And I know that France has this as a part of its external policy, foreign policy, to really support countries globally, including for this One Water Summit that was last year. To look at solutions of confidence building measures, not the usual one that you would suspect, but through cooperation like this, because sometimes tensions are created without real ground. Yes, you need some technical solution, you need some very practical tools, and here's where UN and instruments like UN Water Convention can be very practical and applicable. So I would encourage to use more of those available tools.
Mm-hmm. Yes, please.
I'm sorry to intervene. It's not my turn to speak, but I mostly, of course, agree with Madame Molchan. But if I'm not mistaken, and please correct me if I am mistaken, but if I'm not mistaken, I heard Madame Molchan saying that there is always a window of opportunity. Unfortunately, that's not the case. That's not the case. We have been working hard to speak about normalization of relations with Azerbaijan, with Turkey, deepening our relations with EU, and I'm bringing our own examples, but I am sure that everyone has her own example in this sense. And if we do not deliver very tangible results, then this momentum would be lost. And I think that not only 1 year, not even 2 or 5 years will be needed, but probably a change of generation would be needed, at least in our case, in this region, to rebuild or again to re-establish this dialogue, this cooperation, the potential of which we do have with Azerbaijan, with Turkey, and we are really very, very close. So this is probably the only aspect, the only idea where I think it is necessary to express disagreement.
Niga Göksel, what are your thoughts on the window of opportunity versus the sense of urgency in the Armenian and Azerbaijani peace negotiations, and also the normalization of ties with Turkey?
Thank you. No, I agree with Minister Mirzoyan. I think there is a time sensitivity because of both the regional and local dynamics, and the conversation made me think that these sort of transport routes and cooperation and whatnot, the sort of connectivity, it's like a little bit like a marriage. So you get interlinked and dependent. And sometimes I'll hear in Turkey and Azerbaijan that, what if Armenia becomes a pawn of an external actor that's an adversary to these countries? And I guess what I usually say is isolating or excluding or sidelining Armenia makes that likelihood much more. So it does take a leap of faith to become linked together via infrastructure, but I do think that there's a window of opportunity on that point. I agree. I would also like to sort of point out that it will matter how Turkey, what kind of a place Turkey finds for itself, or Europe finds for Turkey in the evolving strategic architecture, security architecture that's developing in Europe. I think whether if a cooperation on security defense basis can be strengthened between Turkey and its European partners, I think this will have positive spillovers in terms of the potential for Turkey and European partners to work together in this region as well. Yes, I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Arabekian, Tatjana Molchan mentioned the possibility of using shared water resources as a measure of trust building and deepening ties. Water is, of course, a major issue in the Middle East. Do you see it as an opportunity to build trust among conflict parties?
I think there are lots of opportunities to build trust, but first and foremost, we need to have both parties coming into a peace process with a genuine intent, with an end game of resolving the issue, which means ending the occupation. We have to learn from negotiations rounds of the past. We have embarked on a peace process more than 3 decades ago. And for me as a Palestinian, I don't see that this process gave us anything, but it has emboldened the occupation. We have more settlements today. We have an apartheid regime. Some people don't like to hear it, but I live it. So I know the reality of apartheid. The genuine intent means that both parties agree on certain parameters. They agree on the end game. They have a framework, and they tell us exactly what will happen from step 1 to step 5 to reach that end goal. Without that, we will go into a cycle of negotiations, trust building, and a cycle of violence that will get us nowhere.
Thank you. Minister Barrot?
Yes, thank you. In theory, cooperation infrastructure are conducive to peace. Why? Because when you start trading with another country, the cost of going at war goes up. And so you're going to be discouraged from choosing the path of violence over negotiation and diplomacy. But of course, this is very theoretical because sometimes you're stuck and you cannot decide on your own that you're going to, or in many instances, it's very difficult to decide on your own that you're going to build cooperation or infrastructure with a partner country that is not willing to engage into such a discussion. But sometimes unilateral moves can make a difference. We have a very special example, which is the beginnings of the European Union. So we had World War II. We were 5 years after World War II, and France, who was amongst the winners of the war, was looking at Germany, among the losers of the war, recovering much faster from the war than France was. So there was this temptation in France at the time to make Germany pay once again, and thereby getting sort of dragged into the same logics that led us to World War I and then to World War II and so on and so forth. And then my distant predecessor, Robert Schuman, he had this idea, which was to make a unilateral offer to Germany to pool steel and coal that were at the heart of the competition between France and Germany. And of course, Germany seized the offer when it was made unilaterally. What I'm saying is not that this is going to work in all instances, that is going to work in the Great Lakes, that is going to work in the Middle East, that is going to work here between Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Turkey. What I'm saying is that there is always some hope that when you engage in good faith on the path for cooperation, by sending credible signals like the peace crossroads of the Armenian government, then you're not wasting your time, because you never know, at some point the offer will be seized and you will have done good because you will have anchored the relationship for a long time on solid basis that will guarantee peace and prosperity rather than never-ending conflicts and wars.
Thank you. Minister Arabikian, are there lessons that you can take away from the Armenian-Azerbaijani negotiations at the moment for the Middle East?
Yes, I think Armenia and Azerbaijan have come to terms that the military route will bring them nothing but more destruction. And I think it's time for Israel and Palestine to think the same, because the future means respecting the integrity of both, respecting the presence of both in that area of land, and respecting the right of self-determination for the Palestinian people, as well as respecting the right of Israel to live in peace and security. But for Israel to live in peace and security, it has to respect its neighbors and the integrity of its neighbors. We have extended our arms on forging peace with Israel. And we have recognized the state of Israel in 1988, and we have embarked on this peace process. We are ready to continue that process so that Israel and Palestine can live side by side in peace and security with mutual respect and trust for the future. Our children need that.
Thank you. Coming back to the region and our host, Minister Mirzoyan, we're currently witnessing a struggle between pro-European forces in the region and Eurosceptic or Euro-hostile forces. What does the region need in order to strengthen its ties with Europe and its outlook towards Europe?
Well, you're putting me in a very difficult position, because now I have to speak also about, and in place, if I may, I don't know, or I express my ideas about Azerbaijan's perceptions, about Georgia's perceptions. For sure, I can speak definitely for Armenia. So we just adopted a law saying that the government of Armenia should adopt the policy of European integration and policy of becoming a member state of the European Union. So we are in the middle of a process of significantly deepening our ties and integration with the European Union. But also, as you said, there are also Eurosceptics here as well. I was referring to this situation during my previous intervention, saying that there is huge expectation in Armenia, within Armenian society. So we have democracy here. We are diversifying our ties with our international partners. We are launching several programs and mechanisms. We do have a SIPA agreement. We have a new partnership agenda with the European Union. But also there is huge expectation. And again, this is a bilateral, process. We can have expectations, but maybe that's not the case, and that's not the readiness from the European side. So we should understand where our visions coincide, and if they do coincide, how to act, how to plan our joint tomorrow. For now, there are huge expectations within Armenian society, and if these expectations are not fulfilled by our government, by our EU colleagues, then we will have a huge frustration. And this is a region where the feelings are very important, historically and traditionally. And if these expectations lead to not fulfillment but to frustration, then again, the momentum would be lost, and I can hardly imagine when we can restart the process again.
Minister Barrot, close us off, please. How can the EU prevent from creating disappointment among populations like we're starting to witness this in the Western Balkans, for example?
Yeah, so first let me look at the glass half full rather than seeing it as half empty. There is a lot of appetite for the European Union right now. In fact, I think it is even underpriced because it is criticized, a little bit like, the way you spin your question. European Union is creating discouragement among candidate countries and so on. But it is right now looked as a safe haven for predictability, stability, the rule of law, democracy, and freedom. Because everywhere else in the world, you're seeing some form of backsliding one way or another, or unpredictability, or instability, or uncertainty. And the European Union is an antidote to this evolution of the world that is not good for business, that is not good for people. So Armenia is not alone in its aspiration to join the EU, because joining the EU is not something you do for the money, right? You do it because you crave for democracy and freedom. When you're a candidate country, what's the toughest part? It's not the economic convergence or the social convergence. The toughest part is to align with the EU standards in terms of respect of the rule of law, democracy, freedom of the press, independence of research, independence of justice. This is a treasure that is going to see its value increase at a fast pace in the next few years. And so Armenia is not alone among countries that are looking at the EU as a guarantee for democracy, guarantee for freedom moving forward. Now, of course, as I said, this is a difficult process. It's a difficult process to reach the EU standards in terms of the rule of law. And so it's taking some time, and sometimes people are getting frustrated. And this is what we've seen in some countries in the Western Balkans. We are going to see in the next few years, in the very near future, some countries from the Western Balkan reach the end of their accession process. I think that Montenegro is making a very significant process. Albania is making great progress. And they will serve as examples for the other countries of the region that are willing to follow suit. But I agree also that it's the responsibility of the EU to work with candidate countries to facilitate the public acceptability of the efforts that need to be made until the accession is reached. And that's the spirit in which we've been supporting the European Peace Facility for Armenia. That's the spirit in which we've entered into a discussion on visa liberalization. And that's the spirit in which we're going to facilitate, if indeed Armenia becomes a candidate country, its gradual accession to some of the dimensions of the single market, so that the citizens, but also the authorities in Armenia, realize that their efforts will not be in vain and that there are tangible benefits to the accession, and that even before the whole process is completed. So in summary, the EU is currently underpriced, but countries that are facing huge threat in their neighborhood know the value of democracy and freedom, and that's the reason why they're looking in the direction of the EU. The times we're living through, where we're seeing some more instability, more uncertainty, is giving even more value to the EU accession process, but it's also the responsibility of the EU to make sure that candidate countries deserve special treatment.
Thank you very much, Minister Barrot. Unfortunately, we've reached the end of our discussion, and obviously we were unable to have an exhaustive debate on the huge topic. Unfortunately, we won't have time for further discussion. We will move on to the next aspect in the program, and let me thank our excellent panelists for their lively discussion. I hope that this debate was the beginning of many fruitful exchanges. Thank you very much. So I hope that this will be the beginning of many fruitful exchanges on this important topic. Thank you very much for attending this debate.
Gambling with World War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted, because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the core for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
Mr. Mark Vlastic will be moderating our session. He's a senior fellow, adjunct professor of law and public policy of Georgetown University, USA. And we'll start our session with the keynote address of Mr. Sam Brownback, co-chair of the International Religious Freedom Summit. Dear guests, thank you again, and I give the floor to our honorable guest, Mr. Brownback, please.
Thank you. Thank you, and thank you all for being here. I want to applaud you for late in the afternoon being here, and a lot of you probably came in on planes this morning and bleary-eyed, and so thanks. And if you fall asleep, just have a nice nap. I hope you enjoy your little bit of sleep. This is such a great place to have this discussion, to do this in Armenia, first Christian nation. Out my hotel window, I can see Mount Ararat, wherein the Jewish theology, Noah's Ark lands, and the human project is relaunched from here. These sites are just things in my childhood that I only dreamed of, and just were such incredible places that I just could never imagine being. And then to actually be in a place like this is just, to me, profound. But then also at the same time recognize this is a place where a genocide happened, the 1915 Armenian genocide that was just so horrific. And so this is a great discussion to have here in this place. And for Armenia to host the Yerevan Dialogue and doing this, I think is a wonderful thing for us to do and to contemplate and hopefully start to make some progress moving on forward. The Armenian genocide just really makes the point that genocides mostly happen to religious minorities. That's the unfortunate nature of them, but you can look, the Jewish Holocaust in World War II, that Hitler even cited the Armenian genocide before. He says, well, look, nobody cared about the Armenians. What are they going to care about the Jews? And that should really tell us something right there. If you don't care about this, you're going to get a lot more of it. It really should tell us something, just that casual of a phrase. We can look to more recently, the Yazidis and Christians in northern Iraq and the genocide there in 2014. Again, religious minorities, small, peaceful religious communities. They weren't trying to hurt anybody. They just wanted to practice their faith. And they get genocide. Or the Uyghur Muslims in China, even now in 2021. And I've been interviewing some Uyghur women who have gone through horrific things and the deaths. You all know what religious freedom is, or maybe you don't, and it might be good just to read real quickly what it is. It's Article 18 of the UN Declaration of Human Rights, 1948 agreement. It's a paragraph. Everyone has the right to freedom of thought, conscience, and religion. This right includes freedom to change his religion or belief, and freedom either alone or in community with others and in public or private to manifest his religion or belief in teaching, practice, worship, and observation. That's it. That's the 1948 agreement. That's religious freedom. It is, in my estimation, and I've been around at this for quite some period of time, the hardest human right to get right. It is the most difficult. And at the same time, I think it's the most important. I think it's the centerpiece, the cornerstone of human rights, because if you get this one right, you can build the others on top of it. You can build freedom of assembly. You can build freedom of speech and the press and other items if you can get this one right. This one's also the easiest one to manipulate by enterprising politicians. I remember, and this is just, I'm just giving you a reaction, and I'm not proud of it, but I remember seeing the first mosque go up in Wichita, Kansas. And when I drove by it, and I was going, I follow Jesus. What's this doing here? I can't build a church in Saudi Arabia. Why do these guys get to build a mosque here? I mean, and I start just kind of getting fired up. And I thought, well, wait a minute. We believe in freedom of religion. They're peaceful. They're peacefully practicing their faith. They're entitled to do this. But that's the very point. If you're an enterprising politician or leader, here's one that you can hit. And if you can hit that emotional note, you can move people. And you can get them to do crazy things. You can get them to act wild. You can get them to kill people. We're seeing the highest levels of religious persecution we've ever seen. We're seeing the highest levels of Christian persecution we've seen in the history of Christendom right now, in the world today. And if we don't, and I want to make this as really the centerpiece comment, if we don't get religious freedom for everybody, everywhere, all the time, and governments ensuring that, that's the standard, religious freedom for everybody, everywhere, all the time, governments ensuring that. If we don't get that, we will see the clash of civilizations that Huntington wrote about, and indeed, that's what we're seeing today. You're seeing the clash of civilizations. You see it a lot in Africa right now, in the Sahel region. You're seeing really militant Islam and Christianity across the Middle Belt. We're seeing it in lots of different conflict places, and you're going to get a lot more of it unless we can get governments around the world to say, okay, the dominant religion in our country is Buddhism or Hinduism or Christianity or Judaism or Islam, but we're going to guarantee everybody here has the right to practice freedom of religion peacefully, period, end of story. That's our job. And if we don't get to that, you're going to see these conflicts escalate and continue and grow. So what do? I think, number one, we've got to acknowledge the problem. This is a problem, and much of the time the world's just kind of looked past this one saying, you know, religion, we don't really care about it that much. We're going to just deal with reason. You've got to deal with religion. 80% of the world's population moves daily by what they believe in their heart. This is what moves them. You got to start dealing with them. In my estimation, part of the success of the Abrahamic Accords is its name. Abraham. It acknowledges the religious piece of it. We've got to acknowledge that this is a vital part of what we are. I think we need to relaunch the Global Human Rights Project. We've been in decline in human rights for 20 years around the world. We need to get back to that core agreement, the 1948 agreement. This is what human rights is in the world today. No more, no less. And religious freedom is a centerpiece of this. We need to acknowledge that centrality of religious freedom. And it only works if everybody gets religious freedom everywhere, all the time. It has to be this total picture of it, or it doesn't work. You can't say, well, we'll have religious freedom for the Christians here in this country, but not anybody else. Or for the Muslims, they can have it here, but nobody else gets it. And the rest of the world, we're going to force you all to do religious freedom. It's got to be everybody everywhere. It only works if it all holds together. I think we've got to start making it a part of our security negotiations. This is such a central issue to peace and violence in the world that we need to bring it into NATO, for instance, on the part of the United States, that this is part of what being a part of NATO is about, is that you guarantee religious freedom, that you stand for it, that you don't export it, religious persecution. And I think our peace treaties, we need to have, and I'll finish on this point, we need to have a peace treaty between top theologians of all the faiths. Peace treaty that says our theology does not support killing of somebody of the other faith just because they are of a different faith. Very simple. To keep the enterprising politicians or other people from saying, we're just going to use this just to point differences out and say, no, if the top theological leaders would say, our theology does not support the killing of somebody of another faith just because they're of the other faith. It could be a 2-sentence treaty, but we got to push it then around the world so that religion doesn't get manipulated as it can so easily to pursue and hurt other people. You've got an excellent panel here, Mark. I look forward to the discussion. God bless you for being here.
Ambassador, thank you for those great... My name is Mark Vlasic. I split time between teaching at Georgetown, practicing law, and being a TV producer in Hollywood. And in my Hollywood world, I actually helped create a TV series that has a Catholic priest as a positive character. And I say that because I think it's tragic how often you see in Hollywood and other places of entertainment where the priest, the faith character, is the most challenged character. And so I could not be more thrilled and more honored to be invited here to Yerevan to help lead this discussion. And particularly, as Ambassador Brownback said, at the First Christian Kingdom. I think the depth of history and the understanding of interfaith relations goes incredibly deep here. I started my career after Gibson Dunn, as one of our colleagues here on the panel, working as the youngest prosecutor at the UN War Crimes Tribunal in The Hague. And so I saw firsthand the most terrible side of humanity, the lack of humanity, by working on a very large genocide trial. And that has really galvanized my personal kind of life, separate from a lot of my professional work, to really focus on this interfaith aspect. And so I, again, want to compliment the government here for hosting us all today. What I thought I'd do is just ask our panelists to just briefly introduce themselves, but dive in a little bit to how your work and how your journey has intersected on this aspect of faith and freedom. So, Your Excellency, Mr. Minister, please start with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. I welcome all of you to this important Yerevan dialogue. This is a very important platform, and it's my honor to be here and to speak among these kind of distinguished speakers. So I'm the Minister of Labor and the Social Affairs of Armenia, and if I answer to your question, how I first engaged or related to the faith and the religion. So I must begin by emphasizing, like, the Christianity is an inseparable part of our national narrative, which formed the foundational pillar of our national identity. So on a personal level, when to answer your question personally, from my personal experience, how I related to faith and the religion. So Ambassador Brownback's speech reminded me my family story when I, after graduating the school, I was torn to decide between medicine and humanities, and I decided to continue my higher education in humanities and go to the Faculty of History in order to learn ancient Armenian, to read the ancient Gospels that my family inherited, my ancestors inherited. And when reading these books, so you know that every manuscript, every ancient Gospel has colophon, like a text in the end, which speaks about the story of the book, how it is written, how it preserved, etc. Almost all of the ancient manuscripts, Gospels or Bible, so it's about the history of the persecution of Christians and the moments when the Christianity was in a different and difficult condition during different periods of Armenian history. And it's important that these books saved not by chance, but by the will of people who combined by faith, and this faith of Armenians became very important source of social cohesion. So this journey had profound influence on my public activity. And later on, when I became the Minister of the Labor and the Social Affairs of Armenia, so it's always reminded me that all the policies should be based on on the values which will propagate, let's say, equality, and that religious freedom as a value which creates the social cohesion. So it's not for me the freedom of belief, it's not like the legal right, but it's like foundation for the social cohesion. And from the professional activity, I can say that no policy can succeed if there is no the solid pillar of the social cohesion, of the social coexistence. And especially after war, so our ministry was the main state agency one of the main state agencies, mainly to deal with the post-war consequences, to provide different kind of the social projects in order to overcome the differences, to overcome the challenges. And the social cohesion and the social responsibility towards the others was the most important thing, to strengthen the social bonds. And I can say that it couldn't happen without continuous dialogue, empathy, and of course the courage to learn and to listen to each other. So this is how my Christian identity, national identity, and personal experience shaped our public activity and my personal public activity to focus on policies in your professional life, which will create cohesion, and one of the foundational pillars is fight and the sense of faith and the sense of freedom of religion, because when you look at these stories, you understand that if there was freedom of religion, if there was freedom of faith, no persecution could happen.
Thank you, Your Excellency. That was beautiful. Monsignor?
Do you want a long version or short version? Long version, it is about an hour.
we have 30 minutes left, so.
Okay, so I will give the short one. Thank you. I'm from Poland. I became priest in 1996, and since the first day I was working on religion. And of course, this is part of my vocation to work in the issues related to religion. And since the first, my mission was in the parish in Poland. We have in parish not only Catholics but also the believers of other religions. Some Orthodox old Russians. We had also Greek Catholics and some Muslims. So this was the first experience of working with others, cooperating with them. After that, I was sent to Rome, and after studies, I entered in the diplomatic service of the Holy See, and went for the mission in Senegal. And it was an amazing experience, because from my own experience living in the almost 90% of Catholic Poland, I went to Senegal, where the Muslims were more than 90%, and Catholics just maybe 5%. But it was an amazing experience of seeing how two religions can live together. Because there was a long-standing tradition of tolerance between the religions there. They were growing up together, childs playing on the same playground, Muslims and Christians. They would invite for the neighbors for the religious feast as well to participate. Amazing experience, really, and I really enjoyed it. And I tried to remember this when I was moved to Vienna, where I was appointed to our permanent mission to the international organization, especially to the OSCE, Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, which is not only on hard security, but mostly also focusing on human rights, rule of law, tolerance, non-discrimination, elections, etc. And for us, we are working all the time also in the issue, most part of our time, in the issue of human rights, especially on freedom of religion. And we are trying to promote it. So from the experience in the Catholic Poland, to experience in the Muslim country like Senegal, to the work in favor of freedom of religion at the multilateral organization level, which is also quite important, I think, because this is the place where we advocate to change the policies, to promote the freedom of religions in the single countries. I worked after that for a short period of time in Poland, and I moved to Vatican, where now I'm Undersecretary for Relations with States, and so for bilateral relations. And I can confess to you here that almost in all our meetings we will raise the issue of religion in the country. It's sometimes it's the question of ensuring fixing some small issues if it's Catholic countries with no problem or not problems, but sometimes it's also negotiating important issue for the Catholic minority. and sometimes is also in promoting the freedom of religion in general for everybody. Because at the end, we as the Holy See diplomacy, we are not looking for the privileges for us, but for religious freedom for everybody. And I wish that this would become reality everywhere. Thank you.
Dziękuję. Mr. Secretary.
You've missed a few preamble words in that title. I've been told it's Deputy Assistant Secretary, Bureau of Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor, Department of State. It's a long title. And in Washington, D.C., the longer your title, the less important you are. So you can do the math. We also have Ambassador Brownback here, very short title. Senator Brownback, very short title. So you can know who's most important here. So thank you, Senator Brownback and Ambassador Brownback, for sharing this stage with us, with me in particular. I came to the issues of religious freedom very organically, like many of my esteemed panelists, in that I am a Christian. I'm a person of faith, and I grew up in a Christian household in Florida. And I remember as a young whippersnapper, even in kindergarten, growing up in the 80s, I was a Reagan baby, as they say, going to a private Christian school kindergarten and hearing about my fellow Christians who were being persecuted around the world, particularly in this very far-off place called the Soviet Union, and how difficult it was for Christians to have access to the Bible in those days and have access to the Bible in their own language and to practice their own religion in their own form of Christianity, whatever it looks like, including here in Armenia. And so I learned very quickly as a young Christian to care about my fellow Christians. And Jesus, when he was asked what are the two greatest commands, you probably know, he said that the two greatest commands are love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, and mind. And the second, love your neighbor as yourself. And it's impossible to love your neighbor as yourself if you don't care about your neighbor's freedom and his ability to practice his religion freely. Because as I love to say, compelled religion is not religion, right? You cannot force someone to believe, no matter how hard these crafty politicians and government actors may try. You cannot change a person's heart on the outside. It takes a change of heart from within. And so I cared about that issue as a Christian. I cared about my fellow brother and sister around the world as Christians, but I also cared about people who wanted to practice their own religions, whether Islam or Judaism or Hinduism or Buddhism or non-belief, whatever their heart and conscience dictated within the confines of their relationship with God as they saw it. And as Ambassador Brownback said, we saw firsthand today, I had the opportunity to go and see the Tzitz HaNakber Memorial and what it looks like when human rights breaks down in its worst extent. And it was a very moving experience. So fast forward 20-something years later, from when I was a young kindergartner there in Orlando, Florida, I had the opportunity to work in a refugee camp sponsored by the UN in Jordan with Syrian refugees. And again, saw firsthand what it looks like when a government actor, a state-sponsored regime action, tramples on human rights. And the people only take it so long until eventually it boils over. And then if a government continues to trample on those rights, you see the gravest human rights abuses that we've seen in the 21st century in Syria and other places. So seeing that firsthand, working in a refugee camp, then spurred me on to go to law school, where I wanted to have an impact on not just individuals, but on policy, particularly American policy. And after a few years as a sojourner in what they call big law at a great firm in Washington, D.C., which my esteemed panelist Mark also worked at, working on sanctions from the U.S. government, along with DOJ investigations and other investigations, had the opportunity to come join this administration in what I see as one of our #1 priorities across the American government, which is religious freedom. President Trump issued one of his very first executive orders in April highlighting religious liberty. I think he said, exact quote, "We want to further the cause of religious liberty around the world." So I know that is one of President Trump's priorities. It is one of Vice President Vance's priorities he spoke about both personally as a practicing Catholic. He had the opportunity to attend the new commencement of our favorite Pope, Pope Leo, the American Pope, at a fellow Chicagoan. I guess I sojourned there long enough to say I spent time in Chicago like Pope Leo. And Secretary Rubio as well, as a practicing Christian. So from the very top levels of American government down to the very low levels of American government with Jacob McGee, it's a priority of our administration, and I'm happy to be a part of it. And I'm not just from a personal perspective, but from a broad policy perspective, ensuring that every religion, everywhere, to borrow Ambassador Brownback's phrase, has the opportunity to practice the religion that they see fit. So happy to be here with you all, and I commend our hosts for an incredible welcome and an excellent forum to discuss these important issues.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. That was fantastic. On the topic of Chicago, I have to hasten to add that I was born in Southside Chicago, just like the Holy Father, and we have an incredible guest from Chicago as well. So, Oscar, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mark, and it's a privilege to be here. I wear a number of hats. One hat is an advocacy hat in Washington, D.C., representing Armenian interests. Another one is representing Armenia in my city of Chicago. And finally, it's having served our church, our diocese, for 30 years, which is democratically elected. So that's something to be proud of and make note of. But I never really experienced in the United States the lack of religious freedom. Like, we took it for granted. We didn't realize, right, just growing up. And we had other challenges, though. And for most of us, our formation as Armenians in the diaspora was through the churches, through our faith. And the Polish community is organized the same way in Chicago. So that was a source of our development, growing into leadership over time, and then ultimately into activism. And activism based in our faith, based on our values, based in our morals. And that could be local, state, and ultimately with the senator and national level. And you can't help but bring your faith and formation experiences to our community work. So one issue that I personally live through sometimes is understanding this church and state, right? This separation. But I came to realize I see church and state as maybe a fence, like you can see through that fence, church and state, and work together. That's the way I see it. I don't see it as a wall. I don't think that was the intention of it, is to look and collaborate together. And Mark, you mentioned Chicago. I want to be able to mention Washington for a second. And my favorite museum in the world is the Museum of the Bible, which I visited. I encourage everyone to visit it. And I think that's a great opportunity for all of us to work together, because it goes, back to the source of everything. So, yeah, we Armenians are deep people of faith, and we're just navigating onto the future, working together. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Oscar. I think cultural heritage is important to all our respective churches and religions. And a few years ago, thanks to the invitation of the Prime Minister, I was able to come visit Armenia and start a project to do an initial exhibit at the Museum of the Bible on Armenian cultural heritage that we hope is to expand that. But recently, thanks to some of the wonderful colleagues here and folks in the Vatican, I had the chance to attend the inauguration and enthronement of Pope Leo. I was really struck by His Holiness and his remarks, both at the opening inauguration mass and also in his remarks to the ecumenical and interfaith leaders, how His Holiness spoke about the importance of ecumenical dialogue, interreligious dialogue, and human fraternity, which is a term, of course, which was used by Pope Francis as well, particularly in the document of human fraternity that was signed in Abu Dhabi. I'd love to hear any thoughts or suggestions or insights that any of you'd like to do quite quickly, because we have 15 minutes left, on the importance of celebrating our collective cultural heritage, whether it be Christian heritage or other heritage, to understand how we all live together as part of our human family. Your Excellency.
Thank you, Mark. So before going to the answer to your question, so I know about your engagement with the project of like Armenian exhibition in the Museum of Bible, and I see that there is a huge potential to do more, and we hope that in future we can continue our cooperation on this project. And in general, we have a lot of potential to cooperate with the United States of America on the religious freedom, and we appreciate the Trump administration's support and support in promoting religious freedom and in supporting the persecuted Christians. So what is cultural heritage? This is very important, first of all, for the, again, social unity, because cultural heritage is something which brings people together and which makes people to respect each other. So Armenia being 99% Christian population, having Christian population, we respect the cultural heritage of others. So you can see acting mosque, ancient mosque in the downtown of Yerevan and even the 14th century religious archaeological sites like close Yerevan. And this shows that we have respect to others, we have respect to the cultural heritage of others, which we consider our cultural heritage. So this is very important to have the cultural respect on the cultural heritage, which is especially its ethnographic component. You all know that the Armenian government has a dedicated division for ethnic minorities and religious affairs under the Prime Minister's office, which tasked with coordinating policy on religion and ethnic issues. And in 2021, our parliament, maybe you know that, approved the National Minority Day as a public holiday, celebrating Armenia's ethnic and religious diversity. And this is also very important precondition for the social justice. And what is social justice? We recognize this is very important for our government's commitment, and we joined ILO's General Directors International, the global coalition of the social justice. And for social justice is not about equality, it's about the equal access to all services, irrespective to race, religion, and other differences. And we inaugurated international conference on the social justice, and this year's topic, very surprisingly, is about social justice by or with the help of the human fraternity. So the human fraternity will be the main topic of this year's the social justice conference, because we see that human fraternity is very important precondition for having social justice in society. And if you have a social justice society, you can create public good for everyone, irrespective of race, religion, and other differences.
Thank you so much. Monsignor?
Mark already explained you how the Catholic Church is engaged in ecumenical dialogue, in interreligious dialogue, so I don't have to answer it because he answered for me already. No, joking apart, thank you, Mark, for the remarks on Pope Francis and Pope Leo statements on this important issue. Before starting, I would maybe make some general remarks on the issue of protection of religious sites, because what we are noting today is that there is increasing number of attacks on synagogues, on mosques, on churches, on the other places of worship, cemeteries, and other religious sites, and this is really alarming. And most of these attacks, this violence, is with anti-religious prejudice. It is hitting the properties, not always the persons, but still it is important to reaffirm that the protection of the place of worship is a direct consequence of the defense of the freedom of thought, freedom of conscience, freedom of religion, and it's a legal obligation for the authorities, state authorities, to protect it. If it is independent of the political party belongings or religious affiliation. So this is, I think it's important to have it in mind. And when we are talking about the protection of the religious heritage, I think we have to start from the highest level. I mean, international level, multilateral level. So we have international organizations to work on this. UNESCO is the first one. I mentioned the OSCE, which where I worked for, but the UN also. They have the vocation. They have to work on this issue. Then we have what I already stated, the importance of the action from the governments. So they have to protect these places as well. This is the legal obligation, as I said. But after all, I think we have to also talk about the human level, the single person, which have to have respect for the other. And here we already flagged up the issue of the human fraternity. We are all brothers, each other, and we have to respect each other's convictions, but also the heritage that everybody has produced as a fruit of his own religious convictions. And we own to this, to the other, like our brothers. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary?
So if you visit Washington, D.C., you can visit the amazing Museum of the Bible I've been to, and it's a fantastic exhibit with history spanning millennia, really. It's incredible. But if you also come to D.C., you can go to my favorite monument or memorial, which is the city full of memorials, as you know, if you visited, which is the Lincoln Memorial. And sometimes you go just at just the right time at night, you can catch the Lincoln Memorial when not many other people are there. I encourage you to go and to read the speeches on either side of Lincoln Memorial as you walk in and you see President Lincoln, our 16th president during the Civil War. On the left is his very famous Gettysburg Address, and you read the words, 77 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation conceived in liberty and dedicated the proposition that all men are created equal. All men are created equal. There in the very first sentence of his most important address is the idea that there is a divine being, God, who gave all citizens equal rights. We are all created equal. And you turn to the right, his little known, but I think more impressive work, one of the best compositions in English literature, I think, and all of English language, is his second inaugural address on the eve of the end of our destructive Civil War. And you cannot read that speech without seeing the numerous references to God, to Scripture, to the importance of divine justice. And so to envision an America where you erase religious language is really to erase American history. And to envision America where you erase religious freedom is really to erase the idea of America. I mean, America was founded on the idea of religious freedom and religious freedom for all. And I think one of the most overlooked atrocities and really a crime against humanity of the 21st century is the destruction of such important religious markers like the Taliban, who destroyed the Buddhist statues in the early 21st century, and then ISIS in Syria, destroying religious heritage sites of many religions in Syria. And so preserving these sites for future generations so that we can educate people on what it means to have a diverse, religiously free society, which I am proud to come from a country which I think promotes and respects religious freedom for all, not just Christians, but to save those historical sites so that other generations can see the important tradition that we all have inherited as humans of these important sites that sadly are now gone. So preserving them now in our lifetimes, to your point, to your question, Mark, I think is an important priority because otherwise they could be gone someday.
Thank you so much, Oscar.
Thank you. Briefly, I was moved by the senator's comment and report that 80% of the population are moved by their faith. 80% of the population, and this interfaith dialogue, interreligious dialogue that many of our churches are engaged in is critical because, on the most basic level, Jacob said, we're at the human level, one another, and we don't say that it's my God or your God, we say is God. So what's the issue here? Why do we need to be so disconnected? So I think this interfaith process will bring us together in a better way.
Thank you so much, Oscar. I have a bunch of questions, but I've just been informed that I need to ask you guys questions too. So please assume that my questions are brilliant, but yours are even better. So if we have a couple questions from the audience, we'll take 2 questions, just 2. We'll give it the last words to the audience, or to our panel, and I will ask the minister if you can describe a bit more about Armenia's social protection system and advancing human fraternity. That's an extra one, but let me do the right in the front and right in the back.
Thank you. My name is Ed Kessler. I'm president of the Wolf Institute in Cambridge, UK. We look at relations across the 3 faiths
Ambassador, you and I met before with Fiona Bruce, and one of the things that hasn't been said here, so I put it as a question to you all, but particularly you, Ambassador, is I wonder whether the problem is less about bringing religious leaders, top leaders together to say we believe in peace. So I'm sure if you bring Pope Leo with the Grand Mufti of Al-Azhar, with the Chief Rabbi, they're all going to agree. The issue is the radicalism within our communities. The issue is the extremism that exists within my own community, I'm Jewish, the extremism which exists amongst your community, amongst some Christian supremacists, and the extremism that exists amongst radical jihadi Islamists. And surely we need to tackle that to get to a point where we will have true freedom of religion and belief for all of us.
Thank you, Sludge. Let's take the question in the back, and then we'll give everyone a last word here on the panel. Right in the back. Gentleman with the glasses.
Thank you very much. Well, my name is Lawrence Taveras. I'm from Dominican Republic. This is my first time here in Armenia, and it's such a wonderful opportunity to be here. And my question goes for all the panel. I remember that my whole family is Catholic, and one of their favorite saints is San Jose Maria Escrivá de Balaguer, and he always focused very much on freedom. And one of his quotes was that freedom is the most noble possession that God has given to man. And in light of this, my question goes also with the fellow here that made a question on the rise of authoritarianism. And in countries such as mine in the Dominican Republic, we see autocracies going up famous in Central America and also in South America. And in light of this, how can the Holy See actively protect and promote the gift of religious freedom in an age that is marked by rising authoritarian
amount of gas that we are able to import, not using the Ukrainian interconnector or Russian gas that would come from the South Stream, that's not sufficient for our demand. We are not able to get new slots in some docks or harbors, or how you want to call it, that we would be able to bring LNG to Slovakia. So I really believe we need to diversify our energy sources, but it cannot be a knee-jerk reaction. It cannot happen that, okay, today I will come up with regulation or with an idea and you have to implement it within 6 months, because that's not going to happen in energy sector. So I really believe we would be able to find a solution first, to do a very good feasibility study, calculate the costs, calculate how it will impact our companies and our economy, and based on that we can do the changes. Of course, it's not, we don't have enough time, or it's not going to happen that easily, but I would really like to see the more thought out activities. You mentioned gas. I will say I will use the example of this nuclear fuel that Slovakia has 70% of its nuclear from its energy supply from nuclear power plants, and we try to diversify. We even worked with American company that would offer us the nuclear fuel. It's not working yet. If it would be working, it would need again 3 years for certification. So the idea is that we need to have different suppliers. It just cannot happen in a very short period of time. And that's what I really believe also the people in Brussels will realize.
Thank you so much. Mrs. Smiach, when we're looking at the security, so far we discussed a lot about the digital security. If we're looking more at the physical security of interconnections, particularly now active sabotage in the Baltic Sea. What do you think are suitable frameworks to protect such interconnections between countries?
Well, my answer would be quite short. Just don't rely on the external infrastructure and build your own. that would be the easiest solution. You know, depending on whatever supplier it is, it's dangerous. If we rely on one supplier, no matter whether it is China, whether it is maybe a bit controversial, US, if we rely on one supplier, it will cause some troubles in the future. So what we should do in the European Union, and I believe it should be rather overall goal, overall aim for all of us, for all of the countries in the EU, but also our partners, Western Balkans, Central Asia, Caucasus, East Asia, we should build our own European infrastructure. We should develop our own technologies. We should actually protect our own national markets. And then, if we do not have certain components, reach out to external actors. And that would be the solution. I don't see any other solution at this moment.
But just a follow-up question on that. Are you suggesting that within Europe there should be less integration and less flow and trade of energy?
No, within the EU there should be more, of course. The more connections, the better.
So how would
if I have, as a Poland, let's say, hypothetically, if I can already assure the energy to my citizens, that would be affordable and it would be reliable, then I should help my neighbors. And that's actually what is happening because of the interconnectors that we are building with our neighbors. And if we cannot do it within the format of the European Union, there is regional cooperation. Why not to work within, for example, 3CC initiative? It is actually about building infrastructure within the part of Europe that had a bit different historical experiences. That, for example, the Western Europe, most of the connections in the past were being built from west to east, but nothing was built from north to south, and that's what we should support within our region. So yes, absolutely, more connections, more infrastructure, to be more reliable partners within the EU, and then to be exactly on the same level if we're making business with our external partners. We are equal. We cannot go to the negotiation table from the worst position. So yes, we should invest in our European market.
Thank you. Mrs. Ciucci, you are on the board of the Green Climate Fund. You're heavily involved in the Global Environmental Facility. If we're now looking at the Global South and developing countries where you help to shape the framework, how can we support critical infrastructure protection in developing countries? And what is the role that finance institutions, particularly development banks, can play to set the right standards?
Oh, thank you. So let me share something personal. I have been part of the government of Albania for 5 years, 7 years almost, coming from academia, and I am again in academia now. And so what I have seen within the government, and not only for our government, if you don't want to do a job, you have to create an interministerial group for doing this job. And you will have, for sure, not work done. So what countries need? Yes, we need to work, as you said, and you don't need probably as private sector the governments, but the governments, they need legislations, and the governments within their standards in the energy law, they must prepare mandatory cybersecurity and AI readiness standards immediately. We are, with our laws now, we are just regulating our voltage levels, but nobody is caring about regulating our digital protections, which is a must. Secondly, cross-border collaboration. It's a must. In Albania, we are only 3 million people. But in Balkans, we are 70 million. So if we will be all together working on this, we will work better, for sure. let's think this as a weather forecast for hybrid risk. It will be good. Secondly, and thirdly, so it's about technical and industrial human capital. And that I am not talking about codification. I am talking about green workers. In my country, we don't have green workers, or we have less and less green workers. I don't know if you're in your countries, but as I am seeing in European countries, we don't have just smart workers. We need to be skilled, certified, and resilient also. The fourth, it's the collaboration between, and it's very important for the triple helix collaboration. And I'm talking here about governments, not only central, but even local governments. I'm talking about universities, academians, and private sector. Without this collaboration, nothing can be done. And the last one, it's the finance, and the most important, I think, it's the finance. And I'm sharing here my experience from the Green Climate Fund, which is the biggest fund, multilateral funds for small countries like mine, but even for small islands, but even for developing countries. So, two big problems. The first one, bureaucracy. Even EU has bureaucracies, but Green Climate Funds, big bureaucracies. The last project that we had from the Green Climate Funds, we needed 7 years for the approval of one project. In 7 years, we have to change our projects because it's not relevant anymore. The second one is delivery partners, and I'm talking about local expertise. We can't buy always German, US expertise for our realities. We need our own delivery partners, our own local partners to be accredited for this management, for the management of these funds. And almost we need our own banks, secondary level banks. Without this and only EBRD, we can't do nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. His Excellency Al-Nuaimi, may I ask you to wrap this panel up, and afterwards we have some questions from the audience, hopefully, on solutions. You mentioned that there is a massive problem these days, that the conversation has shifted, that climate change is there's not enough focus on it anymore. You also mentioned that you feel that some technologies which are suggested to tackle climate change would bring with them follow-up problems. What are then the solutions you're looking at?
Great, thank you very much. I think what I have heard from the panelists is really very promising. But we still think in directions. We think in global north to support global south, and we still have that issue pending within each globe. So I think solutions could actually be, the way I think about it, solutions could actually be looking into three different thoughts. One is establishing a global platform that shows all the data. Today, whatever has been done in Hungary is unknown probably to their neighbor. The emission of this country is unknown to their neighbor. So if we have a platform that shows all the activities, everything that we do on Earth, and what is it that cost the environment? What is the cost of that emission to our Earth? That is a good solution where everybody knows who does what and how we fight it. The second is getting back, I think you've discussed something nice. I think we really need to get the whole issue of climate change and energy solutions and the future renewable solutions back into research institutions and universities. We have actually taken it off the places where solutions are built on fundamentals. Today, solutions are not built on fundamentals. Basically, they are built either in innovations or in decision making. The third is having a localhood where institutions that combined all the possible solutions, innovations that we can do. And I'm very pleased to see this in my country. United Arab Emirates is having Masdar in one end that does all the green projects support, whether in town, in the country, or outside the country, and also having arena on the next door. So that is something that could be thought of as a future solution, particularly when we think that this specific country has almost all the universities of the world that are operating, researching, and actually cooperating and working together. So the solution could actually be within this format, summarizing global platform, looking into institutions to do some research, and having a hub that could actually be fair to everybody.
Thank you so much. There is still room for 2 questions from the audience. I would ask you to only state your name and institution, and please don't make a statement, just a question.
Wahid Kamalian from Amali Legacy. My question is to His Excellency. The UAE is indeed in the forefront of innovation. We are seeing that already with N5 backed by the government of Dubai. We are seeing that through accelerators through Masdar, through IRENA, Mohammed bin Rashid Innovation Fund, and a number of other initiatives. What do you believe is the role of technology, especially from a UAE perspective, to support the green development transition? Thank you.
Thank you. I take one more question, and please be very brief with the question. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Christopher Alcouri from Italy. My question is mainly for the European present here, mainly EU. We know that the green transition and green energy is essential. It's evident now that it's essential for economic diversification and strategic autonomy. But as you mentioned in this panel, and it's very interesting to hear, this creates new dependencies on critical raw materials. Now my question is, we are seeing the big powers like Russia, China, the US, and other regional powers already having a pragmatic posture in this and investing in geopolitical projects of extraction and mining. Is Europe ready to become pragmatic on a geopolitical level and step up besides its critical raw material act that looks more in a circular economy perspective, or it's not ready to do so? Thank you.
Thank you. Let me give the answer first to His Excellency.
I think, thank you very much for these questions, because I believe that we do have an existing technologies, but unfortunately, we don't use them globally. Today, we are using artificial intelligence into anything but solutions for future renewables or so forth. We are not clubbing artificial intelligence with quantum physics, because quantum computing and physics are a technology that exists, but nobody is really putting it together with artificial intelligence. Also, the third technology is the nanotechnology. We do have spent so much on nanotechnology globally, but we are not clubbing this nanotechnology to come mimicking some new renewable, new minerals, new elements that would actually replace the depleting renewables that we are seeking for, whether it is lithium or anything else for the solar panel, or even rare mineral materials that is in China.
Thank you. Mr. Schubenitz, can I ask you to answer on the question on critical raw material supply chains and the balance between European philosophy and pragmatism?
Yeah, this is a very difficult question. I'm afraid EU will not be very pragmatic because EU has its ideological, how we call it? Well, EU is trying to be the front runner on some different on some of these topics. I think the bottom line, we are having troubles with the definitions. What is actually green technology? Are we talking about non-carbon technology? Are we talking about technology that is absolutely extracting from the oil and gas, or are we speaking about, for example, electromobility? Is it green technology? Yes, it is. But if you take into consideration the whole life cycle of the batteries, I'm not really sure that it's helping our climate eventually. So taking into consideration all these aspects, I believe that EU will not be very pragmatic, especially considering working with the countries where these materials are mined or should be mined. But also I see one more problem. Even if it would be possible to find the supply of these raw materials in EU, just to get the process that would allow you to have the mining and to get the permits to extract this from the earth, it would take many, many years. What I'm afraid of, this train already left. We are having troubles that most of the known supply is already, I would say, booked by some other countries, by some other companies that are non-EU countries. And that's something that we really have to think about, that how much are we willing to invest into our well-being and how much we are investing into our ideological approach.
May I? Sorry, may I? Because I'm not Europe and I'm not in politics anymore, I can be politically practical and not politically or diplomatically correct. So Europe is saying nothing about this. Have you heard a single minister of energy saying something about the European dependence on the Russian gas? Nothing, zero. We haven't heard a zero word about this. But Europe is forgetting that energy is not about light, it's about defense. And when we are talking about green, nothing is just green. It's green and guarded. And if we want to be guarded, we have to work green. Thank you.
And if I may just answer your question, whether Europe is ready. Well, I think Europe as a whole is not ready. Separate nations are ready, and I actually believe that your country could be ready, and I believe there are several other members of the European Union who could be ready. But what we need, I believe we need a new leadership that would have a common vision for the whole organization, because at this moment we do not have it, and if we will float into this direction, it would be like jumping into a pool but without water, and that's where we are going. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me wrap up this panel, unless Mr. Yazaryan, you want to mention something on critical raw materials as well?
Actually, from business perspective is totally different than governments or politicals are thinking. As much, I can say just only thing, we have to be more focused on country level to our businesses to have more attractive and also have not only have a green energy, not only for only saying that we are going green to fix the issue with our climate change. And as a person, if every person wants to leave this country or world better than he came, I think all we can change together. This is the only issue. If any person wants to leave this country better of you as a nation, as a world, then he came, I think we can do that. If some people want to live good life only in their life period, like 80, 90, or whatever they will live, we will not change anything. This is, I think, the key point of all of the people, nations who lives in this earth.
Thank you so much. Let's make sure we use this year until the next Yerevan Dialogues for some good homework we got now from the panel. Thank you so much, everyone, and yeah, enjoy the rest of the conference.
Gambling with World War III. nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted, because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the core for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
It's been valuable to learn from the various sessions of the dialogue today, and particularly impressive for me has been to hear about Armenia's commitment to peace, echoed throughout the comments from your ministers this morning, especially given that Armenia faces unique geographical and geopolitical challenges. How has Armenia navigated these challenges to improve trade and transport connectivity?
Thank you very much. And before answering to your question, let me comment the energy and resilience of those who stayed for 6 p.m. session. But coming to the question, as you rightly mentioned, the geographical and geopolitical challenges are huge that we are facing, but in the same time, the question is what we are doing with these challenges, whether we are sitting down and just complaining that we have geographical challenges, that we are a landlocked mountainous country with no access to sea, or we are trying to get solutions and to transfer the challenges into the opportunities. Of course, when you're looking to a broader map from Europe to China, you might see that one of the few bottlenecks on the logistical chain is the South Caucasus and also Armenia, because of a too close border with two of our neighbors, Azerbaijan and Turkey. But in the same way, this is also an opportunity for us to reach the opening of the communications and to develop the interconnectivity and interdependence. Our strategic belief and the vision of opening of the communications was presented today in the morning during Prime Minister Pashinyan, and we do believe that with the opening of communications, we will be able to create additional interdependencies in the region, which will promote stability and peace. And sometimes, and especially nowadays, there are too many political issues around the world, probably solutions, and when political solutions are not working, probably economic component should be highlighted, and the struggle of finding economic benefits can bring to political solutions and stronger peace efforts as well. I will stop here probably.
Thank you. And picking up the thread of promoting stability and peace, allow me to move to Dr. Yair Hirschfeld, Senior Lecturer, Middle East History at the University of Haifa, Israel, and advisor to Israeli-Palestinian-Jordanian Peace Organization, ECHO Peace Middle East. Dr. Hirschfeld, based on your 50 years of experience advising on the peace process, what are your thoughts on the humanitarian and trade corridor? And in your view, what are some of the security and political consequences?
In the front, there you go.
Thank you very much for your question. Thank you very much, Armenia, for this wonderful meeting. And many thanks also to Resina Dialogue, which this is a follow-up. And the Resina Dialogue created a lot of initiatives that followed up, and I may relate to one or two of them. If you want to understand the political and strategic meaning of the connectivity in Gaza and the West Bank and Israel and Jordan, you have to understand that for Gaza, the future of Gaza, there are three different everybody wants humanitarian help. We do too little, but that's another issue. But there are three strategic concepts. Two are disaster, and one is the one we all want, I assume. The first one is a disaster if Israel will stay in Gaza for always and ever, and will try to control Gaza, and I don't know whatever. And people will leave. I assume you will agree with me, this is terrible. The second one is the more likely one, and European policy may lead to it. And I heard some things in the former session that may actually lead the way to Gaza, where Hamas remains an important actor. And if Hamas remains an important actor, this is the major, this will make it impossible to reach a two-state solution. it will make it impossible to take a clear path towards a two-state solution. Now, the path to a two-state solution has to go along with Israeli needs, with Palestinian needs, and the needs of the international community. And what I would like to argue today, and it will need more detail about it, that EcoPeace has prepared a study that was written by a former Palestinian transport minister, Ali Shard, a former Palestinian head of the customs, and an Israeli economic. It's called the Humanitarian and Trade Corridor, the Humanitarian Trade Corridor to Gaza, based on the trilateral Israeli-Palestinian Jordanian triangle. And the basic study says some things that are quite simple but very decisive. It says that if we want to rebuild Gaza, you need to get humanitarian aid of per day, not what we have today, but you need 6,000 trucks going into Gaza daily. And we've worked out its details, and the details make it very clear that Israel has to open up 11 border crossings, some from Jordan to Palestine, from Jordan to Israel, from Israel to Gaza, from Egypt. There are 11 entries that have to be opened up. And the idea that you can do that by Israel bashing and not taking care of Israeli security needs is absurd. And therefore, if we move this, well, if you get 6,000 trucks to get into Gaza, it means that you get economic development all over, and you can only do it in a regional context. In order to do it, you need the small amount, that is a little bit more than I've got in my pocket, of $120 billion. Now, there's no government that is going to give $120 billion, but if you look at the foreign trade export of the United Arab Emirates, they have $600 billion foreign trade that they actually entertain. For the $600 billion to give $10 billion to Palestine that are needed in order to go ahead. You don't want to say it's peanuts, but it is something that makes sense within a regional economic structure. And the same is true for Saudi Arabia. You need the investment, the reconstruction of Gaza, the rebuilding of the West Bank economically. The path to a Palestinian state can only be in a wider regional context, because only in the wider regional context with trade connectivity this is actually doable. And in order to do this, the organization to which I'm giving advice has worked much. We started actually 2020 on IMEC, on what became the India-Middle East European Corridor. In the meantime, I'll give you a short description of achievements that have been made. There are three people. There's Israeli Gideon Bromberg, there's a wonderful Palestinian lady, Nada Majdalani, and the Jordanian lady, Yona Abu Talib. And they were together, they were for 2 months, they were going from one place to the other. They started in Canada, and in Canada is opening in several weeks. They will have a meeting of the G7 and open the Secretariat of IMEC. Then they went to the United States, had a meeting in the White House, had a meeting in the Congress, had a meeting in the Department of State, worked about the humanitarian corridor, got Trump's position of it, which I'll jump to it. The next stage was Italy. In Italy, they met Madame Meloni and her supporter and her chief advisor. They met the people of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And while Trump wants it without the Jordanian-Palestinian Israeli corridor, Madame Meloni wants it. And Madame Meloni actually went to the United States and discussed it with Trump, and she has the confidence of Trump. And he said, if you do it, I'll be fine with it, and we can go along. So you have IMEC IMEC is basically the structure that needs to support it. Now, we believe, and for my French Minister of Foreign Affairs, this may be a tough message, but you should be aware of it. The IMEC as rebuilding Gaza, as building a structure, a security structure, political structure, is only possible if it is led by the triumvirate, President Trump, Madame Meloni, and von der Leyen. And I must say, I'll come to it, von der Leyen has done wonderful work. She does wonderful things, and she promotes it and will...
Thank you, Dr. Hirschfeld.
Wait, I'm finished?
Thank you. We'll come back to you. We'll come
Can
back.
I have
Sure.
2 more minutes?
1 more minute, please.
What we need is a secretariat, two more minutes. We need a secretariat. We need a secretariat of IMEC that will be the governments, will lead the governments of Gaza, where Israel and the United States will be in charge of security issues. The Palestinian, the PA will be in charge. The PA will be in charge of social welfare, of health, of many other issues, and they have a very good government on these issues. The economic issues will have to be led by the Gulf states, and you need some kind of structure to organize it. We have to talk to the Europeans and to others how to develop this. We are still in the beginning, but by listening to the others, we find a way how to put this together. Thank you.
Thank you. Allow me to move to Dr. Joseph Karl Pelikan, Director of the Division of Regional Bureaus and Field Coordination at the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO. Can you provide examples from UNIDO's experience of successful technical assistance or regional cooperation projects that have strengthened trade competitiveness?
Thank you, Nada. Thank you for being here on this distinguished panel. Well, UNIDO is the technical organization amongst UN family. Our mandate is based on SDG 9, Sustainable Development Goal 9, advocates for inclusive industry, future-oriented innovation and resilient infrastructure. And as mentioned by Mr. Kostanyan beforehand, I think challenges need to be followed by solutions. That's our starting point. We have 173 member states. We have 49 offices worldwide. One here in Yerevan. The office is led by Mr. Shiar Edelian, who sits here amongst the audience. And our motto is progress by innovation. And against this backdrop, we have many different projects here in the region. But just let me use one example. We have been supporting Armenia in revitalizing its garment industry by enhancing the human and technical capacities of manufacturers, improving the skills of local experts, and strengthening the country's technical support institutions. And over a 6-year period, the garment industry's turnover increased by 290%, exports by 328%, employment at beneficiary enterprises by 153%, and local sales by 270%. This is just one example how UNIDO implements hands-on projects to improve resilience in the economic sector, and of course to improve sustainable supply chains. UNIDO also established a light industry training service center, which is called Space 59, which enables local MSMEs to attract skilled professionals, incorporate innovative upgrading methodologies, and access high-quality technical services. And you can see that our initiatives are all designed to be relevant and scalable while strengthening Armenia's market access and innovation ecosystem. So there is also a programmatic frame to this work. We have a country program with Armenia, which has several elements, but roughly, and to save some time, it's concentrating on the green economy, on people and businesses. We work with SMEs, and we work with different sectors of the economy. And when trade connectivity is supported through tailored measures, it can also drive regional value chain development, trade diversification, and industrial upgrading. And inclusive economic growth across all borders. And in this respect, our projects, and I could continue because we have several more projects on stock, contribute to improving the economic situation and to face the challenges which were mentioned beforehand.
Thank you. I'll move now to Dr. Andreas Theophanos, President of the Center for European and International Affairs in Cyprus.
Thank you very much.
What was your experience in relation to economic cooperation with the European Union?
Well, there are many experiences I would like to share, but first of all, I want to thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Armenia for this invitation to be here in this very important event to listen to expectations, analysis, and also share my perspectives. In relation with the European Union, well, Cyprus embarked on an accession process in the early 90s. Under difficult circumstances, the economics of the country was fine, but almost 40% has been occupied since 1974 by Turkey. Cyprus was successful in becoming a member of the European Union in the enlargement of 2004. And at the same time, because the reunification of the island was not achieved, the European Union wanted to promote, to encourage relations between Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots. That was done through various projects, including promoting Green Line trade. Now, since 2004, what has happened, it did not support the hypothesis of the Turkish side that the two communities couldn't live together. There has been intermingling, all that. There have been economic connections, economic relationships under difficult circumstances, and I'm talking about the occupation dimension. But one of the lessons is that although economics and trade and cooperation and projects are important, it's not enough to get you what you want. For example, in this case, to get you a peaceful solution of the Cyprus problem, because the key is in Ankara. Now, what has been our experience with the European Union in that? Although Cypriots feel very satisfied with the fact that we became a member in 2004, especially taking into consideration our circumstances and the area in which Cyprus is located, at the same time, there has been constructive criticism of Cyprus towards the European Union, meaning that we expected, we had higher expectations from the Union. We understand the limits of the European Union, but one thing that it's difficult to accept, it's double standards. What do I mean by that? European Union has reacted strongly when Russia invaded Ukraine. And there were sanctions, and correctly so, supporting a policy involving the implementation of international law. What has happened in the case of Cyprus? Whenever Cypriots are complaining about the Turkish occupation, they are criticized. And in addition to that, although there have been no sanctions for Turkey for its crime in Cyprus, I mean, there are many millions flowing to Turkey, various projects, corporations, and all that, without conditions. And we have here today, and we read also in the international press, that Turkey aspires to become a major part of the European security structure. Well, although for many Europeans, Russia is a major threat, for countries in the southeastern Mediterranean, I'm talking about Cyprus and Greece and others, the security threat is Turkey. And I think this is something which must be taken into consideration. And if major powers and institutions would enhance their activities and also have credibility, they must be consistent. You cannot have double standards. And this is something which is important. Perhaps we Cypriots must make sure that we project these realities beyond our countries so that they are known and that they are discussed. On many occasions in my capacity as president of the Cyprus Center for European International Affairs, I would be asked to write a report about this issue, for example, economic conditions, the right of Euroscepticism in various parts of Europe, And also, recently I was really surprised when I received a letter invitation to write something about the security challenges of Europe. And I got also a 10 pages appendix. No single word about Cyprus, no single word about what Turkey has been doing in the island and the threats towards Greece as well. So this is something which we should keep in mind and that it should be addressed. It cannot be dismissed.
Thank you, Andreas. I will move now to Dr. Kaush Arha, President of the Free and Open Indo-Pacific Forum, USA. Dr. Arha, how does the Indo-Pacific experience highlight the strategic value of connectivity for regional stability and economic integration?
Well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Good afternoon, good evening to all fellows. It's a Memorial Day, so it's a good day, a sober day. But I want to start before commending the outstanding arrangement by the Yerevan Group, ORF, and the MFA here. And thanks to you, Nada, for stepping in to moderate this panel. I think you were just told a few hours ago that that's what you ought to be doing. And thanks in particular to all the lovely young ladies who are helping us, lost souls, to work through this big hotel. It's an important topic. I think what happens in Indo-Pacific and how does that relate to Central Asia, Caucasus, Europe, economic corridor. It's, to some degree, is a story in Indo-Pacific, largely one of naval maritime connectivity. So I'll mention a little bit, but I think then pivot more to the land-based issues which are here. You can see in the Indo-Pacific, you hear a lot today, that more than half of the world's population, more than half of the world's GDP, and the fastest growing economies of the world are in Indo-Pacific. Keeping them free and open, as articulated by Prime Minister Abe, is the critical part in making sure that these economies are not only optimizing their own prosperity and security, but also become an engine for the rest of the world as they are. So the notion of free and open Indo-Pacific also expands now, after the first Trump administration, the Biden administration, the second, to connecting the free and open spaces of the world, because that what works in Indo-Pacific is good for something else as well. And the most heartening development to that end is the connection between free and open Indo-Pacific and already a much freer Mediterranean and Atlantic, which is the India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor that my good friend from Israel mentioned it. So I think the biggest transformative connectivity initiative going forward is the Indo-Mediterranean sort of gravitation of economic forces, largely driven by India's growth as the largest, fastest growing economy, driven by Middle East need to be diversifying from its economy. And I think here, and Europe's need to diversify from China, I think that's be the biggest issue that'll drive this. And it'll have remarkably positive impacts. I was very heartened. It's the best thing I've heard. I've talked about it hypothetically, that how this will be the big thing for Gaza and West Bank and Palestinian and Jordan, Israel stuff. So it's very good to hear from you that you guys are already working on it and making that happen. How it relates to here, I think, in Armenia, and I gotta give a big push on not only the foreign minister here, but this pamphlet that they keep giving me every time I come here, the Crossroads of Peace. I think it's a brilliant idea, both, I think, in a rhetorical sense, in a geopolitical sense, and it's important that Armenia now shows in equal measure extraordinary courage and extraordinary vision. And it's helpful that that comes out of necessity more than choice. You've got to do this. And in so doing, you have very high and tough headwinds, which are both economic and political. It's not the easiest part to make strong economic arguments for the infrastructure that is needed to do this connectivity. They were the best thing going when land trade was the big deal. Now you got maritime as a very strong competitor, and you got other things happening in the Indo-Mediterranean side and the northern end of it. But this so-called middle corridor or Central Asia, Caucasus, Europe economic corridor, I think this has a tremendous benefit to retrain and transform the region. There are strong headwinds from what happens in Ukraine and Russia, strong headwinds in how the neighbors to your east and your west deal with you, but the future is good and needs to work on it. One quick things that I'll mention and hopefully we can take in Q&A. When one comes to these discussions and talk about trade and connectivity, which is the driest, is like watching paint dry, it's a really dry subject. And then you start talking about one corridor, another corridor, and three corridors. By the time you lose the audience because they're lost in all the darn corridors, which some may go somewhere and say some may not. So it's really important to see where the economic heft and economic engine which makes these corridors somewhat more real than being talked about in among diplomatic or think tank events like this. That's a really important part, because otherwise we've been talking about corridors for 20 years. They haven't gone that far. And you talked a little bit about in your opening comments, Ms. Moderator, that, you know, we're at the end of the world and somehow the multilateralism is done. You know, like everything in life, there's time for things and that things need to move and change. The multilateralism had some really good stuff. It didn't really do that fantastic about corridors. China was able to use it much better for its use than the rest of us to help Africa, help Central Asia, also help the Americas. So there is a new opportunity, as was mentioned by the foreign minister here, that when you look at these situations, there's tremendous opportunity for nimble and entrepreneurial folks to do well. And I think Armenia is a good example of doing so, and I hope we get into the details of that a little more in Q&A. But thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Arha. Allow me to go back to His Excellency Kostanyan. How does Armenia balance national interests with the goals of broader regional trade and transport integration?
Thank you for the question. In my belief, the confrontation which you put is in a way artificial, because it is our national interest to open the communications, but also we do understand that today there are, as it was mentioned, there are a lot of corridors or projects of the corridors which are competing to each other. So we do understand that we should have advantages which will economically and logistically create additional benefits for the possible passage through the territory of Armenia. And with this understanding, we announce that we are ready to do some simplifications of the procedures when it comes to not only west-east but also north-south passage. And even if I come back to politics, sometimes some bigger regulations in wider picture can unlock the bilateral questions that two states may have with regard to opening of communications on of a border. If I try to bring a couple of examples, what can work in our region. Now the European Union is working on a new strategy on Black Sea, and basically also wider strategy how to connect Europe with Central Asia and with China, with having unified customs regime, for example, for customs control. Is this something that we are interested in as Armenia? We are. Another example that I can bring on the regulations regarding to the roads, UN Economic Commission on Europe. It has different conventions which are facilitating the passage. And currently, Armenia already started the inventorization of the conventions which can ease the opening of the communications and address some of the possible questions which might arise in the future, and will be ratifying these conventions step by step. But if you allow me also to elaborate on what we heard during the first round, so if I remember it correct, the title of this panel was more related to transport and economy and trade. But to me, I had a feeling that 80% of the time spent for the first round of the questions was about politics. And was about the context, was about the justifications, why this didn't happen, the other thing didn't happen. But now the world is very fast and very quick. And in fact, even now when Armenia is complaining of having closed borders, there are some Armenian business people and logistical companies who are doing like land transfer from China to Armenia and to Europe. Maybe we as decision makers or people who are giving advices to decision makers should less concentrate on the context and more concentrate on the execution. So put long story short, maybe business people are wise enough not to listen to us.
If I understand you correctly, that's a very, first of all, thank you for your reflection. And if I understand you correctly, you're saying it's time for action. Not just focusing on what the challenges are, what the context is, but what are you going to do about it?
Well, in fact, we are already out of track. But if we continue to speak about the excuses and context and justifications, it is not bringing anywhere.
Correct. Thank you for that. So allow me to move on now to Dr. Andreas Theophanos. Can I ask you, what are some of the lessons learned from Cyprus's experience working on bicommunal relations? And I will ask you to keep your comments to 3 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you. I think, you see, most Cypriots, after the invasion, they would say that the issue in Cyprus, it's one involving Cyprus and Turkey, the international dimension, which is fine, the most important, but at the same time, we could see that the issue, it has other dimensions, meaning the bicommunal, the Greco-Turkish, the European one, and so on. In the process, I came to the conclusion that you have, in order to get results accomplished, you have to move parallelly different aspects. So the Republic of Cyprus was successful in trying to improve bicommunal relations, and it did to a great extent, but at the same time, one of the major conclusions is that that's not enough, in the sense that no major decision can be reached by the Turkish Cypriots without Turkey. The other aspect is, and that's where we Cypriot Greeks must do a lot of work, is to make sure that we convey the right narrative beyond Nicosia, and also required the necessary actions. For example, I see no reason at all why, while Turkey promised to undertake a minimum obligation in 2005 before accession negotiations, European Union and Turkey, to implement the Protocol of Ankara, meaning that it would extend customs union to Cyprus, and it didn't do that. And I think this is something that we should have been more forthcoming, and at the same time also, the European Union should have understood also the implications of keeping its own promises and so on. I think that in Cyprus, if we are successful in moving things forward, we can achieve much, in the sense that would help not only the population of Cyprus as a whole, but also the broader region, in the sense that I think a successful, peaceful coexistence in Cyprus could convey useful lessons in the broader area and beyond about the peaceful coexistence of Greek Cypriot Christians and Turkish Cypriot Muslims. And if there is no external interference, I think, and I'm talking about Turkey, and there is respect for the Republic of Cyprus, I think this can be achieved. And the European Union, because Cyprus is one of its members, it has to push in that direction accordingly. And to that extent, I think it did not exhaust possibilities, to put it very mildly and very politely.
Thank you. I'll move to Joseph. From UNIDO's perspective, what are the most critical industrial and infrastructure bottlenecks affecting regional trade connectivity?
Thank you very much, Nada. I think I would like to connect what I say now to what Kaush said. Connectivity seems to be dry. Admittedly, if we just talk about corridors, this might be the case, but of course, if we delve ourselves a bit deeper into the topic, and if we consider the preconditions of connectivity, I think we have to define the different layers of what it actually means and what could the bottlenecks be. And I think for us, on a macro level, it's first the governments and international partners to foster modern human-centered industrial policies, investment strategies, and cooperative frameworks. On the meso level, it's the broad spectrum of intermediary and business support institutions we have to work with to foster the application of modern technology, quality infrastructure, and the compliance of it. And on a micro level, we have to assist micro, small, and medium enterprises to help them to meet the modern market requirements and to adopt innovative tools for greater competitiveness and value addition. And I think that's the overall bottleneck we have to face in our work. The region of Europe and Central Asia holds in principle great trade potential. Many countries aspire to enhance market opportunities. However, the challenges I mentioned, we are meeting complex requirements, compliance standards, and often hinder the capacities of the private sector, especially micro, small, and medium enterprises, to access regional and global markets and to expand their operations. And that's, from UNIDO's perspective, the most important points and bottlenecks we have to overcome. That's basically where we work with our project partners, the private sector, the government, on a long-term basis to overcome these bottlenecks and to create bottlenecks into opportunities. As I mentioned, this region has great potential to accelerate industrial modernization by leveraging its existing industrial base, the very skilled workforce, and the geographic proximity to major markets, with strong technical foundations, an emerging ecosystem of startups, technology hubs, as well as a growing commitment to green and digital transition. This region is increasingly positioned to become a leader in smart manufacturing, Industry 4.0, and innovation-driven industrial transformation. And against this backdrop, I think the opportunities will overcome the bottlenecks.
Thank you, Joseph. Dr. Hirschfeld, in regions marked by instability, how can trade and transport be insulated from political shocks to ensure continued cooperation? And if I can ask you to keep your comments to 3 minutes so we can have time to move on to the last panelist, please.
I'll give you an answer I want to give you. I believe you need a long-term, long telegram concept, which I would propose from the United Kingdom, to go slowly, knowing that there will be disruptions. But the European Union has to promote a four-pillar strategy. And the four-pillar strategy needs in the north the connection by Armenia from Central Asia And Madame von der Leyen has $12 billion committed to you for this, and this is the first pillar. The second pillar is IMEC, which we spoke about. The third pillar is Israeli-Palestinian activities, where also von der Leyen has given $1.5 billion to the Palestinian government, which I believe is a good thing to do. And the fourth pillar is in Middle Syria and Lebanon. Due to the former meeting in Resina Dialogue, but due to many other developments too, there's now serious talk of building some kind of long telegram peace-building activities between Israel and Lebanon, maybe quicker, and Israel and Syria. And it's in between, because Israel and Syria and Lebanon balances the difficulties from the north with the difficulties from the south and prevents the Turkish-Israeli confrontation and allows this to do. Now, I can answer happily the question of His Excellency Deputy Minister of Armenia, Deputy Foreign Minister of Armenia, on the practicalities. I don't know how much time do you give me, but I can give you the paper and don't need the time basically. But we have a lot of experience on this. It's basically you have the containers, you have known traders, you check the containers where they get from the supplier, you put ships in there, and you have control of the container from door to door along. And on the border crossings, there are scanners, there's a lot of technical photographs, all kinds of structures, which we've all have done. And you need something else. You need control and intelligence stations where there's a coordination of intelligence activities. Basically, it should be in our case in Jordan, but it could be here also, maybe in Kazakhstan and also in Armenia and other places where there's an intelligence going on. With the combination of these technical issues and coordination of intelligence, you actually can do quite a lot to control the disaster.
Thank you, Dr. Hirschfeld. Dr. Arha, one final question for you. In your view, how can countries with divergent interests still come together to develop regional trade corridors and shared protocols? You'll have 3 minutes, please.
Well, the answer is relatively straightforward. I mean, there's people in those countries put economic interest above the political one. It happens all the time, and it usually happens in parallel tracks. Let's take the example of Afghanistan and Pakistan and India. I mean, there was a lot of stuff, but there's trade happening between Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Iran. Trade happens. Today, if you talk about IMEC, there's a good amount of trade going on from Basra to Iskenderun. That happens. The trade was happening before through Israel. So there are several opportunities where this can happen. The question is, how can you merge them, and how can you elevate it to a level that the economic drivers somehow either counterweigh the political disagreements that may have? And I think that's the key, and Armenia is a good example of it. I mean, I think at this juncture, you can see the most interesting trade happening here is north-south. I mean, it's Iran, Armenia, Georgia, Russia. I think the question then for Armenia to become a true crossroads, it needs to have a kind of an agreement that works out with Azerbaijan and Turkey to some degree, and that allows it to become a crossroads. We hear a lot about folks around here in Turkey. I mean, you can see the sort of this two tensions playing out in Turkey. Turkey is absolutely central, integral to any of these trade routes, everywhere from IMEC, India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor, to Central Asia, Caucasus, Europe Economic Corridor. But it has to balance its economic interest and all the things that are happening under the table with his political pronouncements, which are oftentimes contrary to his interest to playing an important role in this context. So these are tensions that happen. This is where our good foreign minister gets to earn his pay, to sort of do the nimble dance and make sure how you can, as he rightly said, let's forget the context, let's work on these things. And I want to mention on the context of stuff. From the American side and the Indian side, I mean, India-Pakistan does not stop IMEC to go forward. Neither does some degree Hamas and Israel. They are moving forward on this. The economic gravitational will take it further. And I think you got to kind of go with the economy is have this discussion more on the economic basis rather than political and contextual one. Let me give you two sort of points on that. I was with my Japanese colleague yesterday in Bucharest. So I was on one side and then Constanza. On the one side of the Black Sea, now we are here. It took us a long way to get here. And Japan just opened, the Japanese DFC, the Development Finance Institution, JBIC, just opened a shop, an office in Warsaw. That tells you the economic gravity of how Poland-driven 3Cs initiative is sort of taking to reality. You would want those sort of investment from Japan and South Korea happening in this region, and that will change it. In our first Trump administration, we try to do that with Georgia, with having a DFC office there and work it out. Things have changed, but Armenia is in a good place to lead the effort.
Thank you. I have one final question for Your Excellency. If you have advice for any other country, because I've honestly, hearing remarks by yourself and the ministers this morning, and your commitment to peace has been very, very strong. What is one critical policy or investment priority that must be addressed by a country wanting to improve regional trade and transport connectivity?
Well, quite a difficult question, actually. I do believe that, of course, we are speaking about economy a lot, or we were speaking about politics a lot, and I was one who was complaining that we are not speaking about the economy enough. But there is some truth that political decisions matter, and this is also a matter of political courage. If it's about one advice, that everyone should exercise the necessary political courage to enable economic growth and the economic prosperity.
Thank you. And that concludes our panel for today. Please join me in thanking our distinguished speakers.
Gambling with World War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the code for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
You're gambling with World War III.
Nous rentrons dans une nouvelle ère.
The world is changing, but there is no consensus on the extension and also on the intensity of the changes.
Wars never conclude on the battlefield, they conclude around the negotiating table.
Peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach.
We have a real chance now, we, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, to close the page of enmity in this region and to open an era of stability and peace.
Cooperation is always better than confrontation.
Your partners you can choose, your neighbors you cannot choose, because we cannot change the history, but we can make the future together.
Our political system is not able anymore to be bought or corrupted because we are choosing with whom and how to develop our country.
After 3 decades of closure, the opening of borders of Armenia with Turkey and Azerbaijan is going to be a game changer. And it will bring Europe and Central Asia closer together like never before.
AI is writing the code for humanity in this century.
Armenia has been selected to host the 17th meeting of the Conference of the Parties.
Gentlemen, we're now commencing the panel discussion on the topic Information Integrity, Navigating the Challenges of the Digital Age. For the moderation of the panel, I'd like to invite Mr. ΟւΓΙΓ.Երεւանում, Executive Director of the Forum on Information and Democracy. Mr. Grenier, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Bonsoir à toutes et à tous. Thank you for staying with us. I know it's already a long day, so we'll do our best to make it lively and interesting conversation. And for me, it will be an easy job because we have put together quite a wonderful panel for this discussion on an important discussion that is information integrity. I am ΟւΓΙΓ.Grenier. I'm the Executive Director at the Forum on Information and Democracy, the implementing entity of an intergovernmental agreement that was endorsed by 55 countries around the world, including, of course, Armenia. And our job is to support governments that seek to implement democratic principles in the information and communication space. We do that through policy, research, and international coordination. Last year, in September, when we were